Okay, good morning. So, welcome to Insights PSR crash course. So, today we'll be starting with basically the approach, and we'll be covering 3 scholars. So, we'll go slow on the first day. So, second day we'll pick up the pace. Now, many doubts what many aspirants have regarding, I think some of you would have already written the exam, or maybe for some of you it is the first time you are going to write the mains. So, obviously, like what to expect in a crash course, and okay, how will the course benefit us in any way? See, two main things that why we have to look at: scores will happen to some students and why some students are not able to score. And if you go like content wise more or so always remains the same, it is not very different. But what is the difference is that we have to look into the approach of Parash, pen kidhar hai? Approach will be basically how to score marks with the content I have, and obviously the best thing to go about is through PYQ analysis, okay, and connecting the PYQ analysis with the content you have. So obviously here I will be providing some inputs into content with regardingly introduction, conclusion or certain viewpoints. Apart from that, there is no drastic what you can say change in content that is required. Now question is that why some score and why some do not score. The problem lies with two things. One, the approach. Second one, is answer writing. So you cannot de-link answer writing from your approach. Okay. So let us say you are writing more number of answers, but you lack any approach in how you are going to attempt those questions. Obviously, just writing more number of answers won't make any improvement. You understand? Along with answer writing, you also have to focus on how to build our approach. Now, why the approach is required? So, if you look at PSIR, you have paper 1, it has 2 parts A and B, and you have paper 2, you have 2 parts A and B. So as we say now, there cannot be a single size fits all approach. Same thing here also. You cannot have one single approach for all the parts of the paper. That approach will depend upon also the demand of that paper. So if you look at part A, largely it is 80% or 80 to 85%. It is static. There is nothing new. As an example, now you can say how do we derive it is static. Take an example of Hobbes, because Hobbes is one scholar. In recent times they have given more emphasis on. Now if you look at the questions they have asked on Hobbes, let it be the question be anything. So you here you can come to this Socrates' theory of forms or Plato's theory of ideas. So what does Plato says that matter keeps changing, but the fundamental thing is the idea that is permanent. Same thing here also. Questions can change, the words can change, but the fundamental idea behind the question remains the same, that is not changing. So some misconception about political science is that it is too dynamic. Okay, even in IR part. Even if you look at in IR part, the matter might be changing, but the fundamental idea has always remained the same. For example, if they are going to ask, let us take climate change negotiation, let them ask COP28, COP29 or anything. Let us think you have limited knowledge regarding COP26. India has made 5 commitments there. Even if you have limited knowledge, they are not, see, only sometimes they will ask a question directly saying that discuss India's commitments in COP26. But here you do not just go list on what are the commitments which are there, you have to bring an analysis of the commitment. So basically you have to speak from a philosophical point of view also, that what is India's stand overall. We represent the global south. Okay. So what is the idea behind global south? There are 3-4 principles. Idea of climate justice in that regard. The idea of CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities. The idea of historical responsibility, that the developed or global countries, they have to take up the responsibility. Here you can also introduce the idea between equality and equity. India is asking for equity, India is not asking for equality. Now the current affairs part is what, just knowing that what India have done. So So many students mistake here is that they think that current affairs part of IR is that you have to be drastically knowing, the very recent current affairs. Even if you have the idea, you've just read in newspaper something, briefly you know it, but the fundamental idea remains the what? India being a developing country, a leader of global south, obviously you have to bring this in your answer. But if you take part A current affairs is also not there. Okay, so as I told you, if you take Hobbes, largely three things they ask: Hobbes individualism, political obligation, okay, and 1 year they've asked about same thing, they've asked about Hobbesian state of nature through a very big statement. I and my fellow human beings, if we find ourselves in a state of nature, what does it tell about our innate predisposition? So that's why I told you need to understand the approach of each part to score well. So that's why I told answer writing and approach are two sides of the same coin, they can't be delinked. Some people what they do, they just go on writing answers without an approach. Or let us take you download topper's answer script, etc. Now utility of downloading a topper's answer script, it will help you to get good content. Okay, maybe 2 or 3 quotes, etc. But apart from that, unless you have the approach of writing an answer, or you look at a topper's answer script, understand his approach. Okay, what was his approach to part A, what was his approach to part B. So that if does not happen, it's more or like you're adding more content to your baggage, but end of the day, it also depends upon where you're going to use that content. Okay, so minimal content, better understanding of the approach, better understanding of the questions will help you to score better. So for example, in 2015, when I had written my mains, so my political science score was 173, not in one paper, both papers combined together, it was 90 and 70 or something. And this was the year I had read maximum. Okay, it's not only like ma'am's notes, etc. If you take the books which are there, Andrew Heywood, Ideologies, Shashi Tharoor's Pax Indica, etc. But in 2016, because 2015 was an eye-opener, because I knew that my application, it's not fetching marks, basically means your approach is not working out. So here some of the mistakes what I identified was that one had not worked on PYQs, okay, understanding the PYQs, building thematics among PYQs. Second one, I did not have pre-prepared introductions and conclusions, okay, because when I look at a question, my mind never used to, click on to like say, today it is different, by 2016 it was different. Why? Because that I understood that you have to have an approach. For example, let us take, there is any question on Plato and it is involving philosopher king, etc. My conclusion always used to remain the same. Plato's, cure was far worse than the disease. Okay, that used to be my stand. You can have 2-3 ones based on again the themes what you are writing. And second thing what I did was that when you understand certain questions, you have to also learn to structure your answer. Okay, because what can happen is that you have too much information. Your attempt is to try to include as much information as possible in your answer. That many times break the structure of your answer. Okay, so it's not that you have to fill in your answer with too much information, you have to also structure your answer. Third thing what I realized that many times when I used to write my answers, there used to be always just viewpoints. There is no explanation of it. So for example, let us take, there is a question, let us take, they ask, neo-fascism is on the rise in the contemporary world, critically analyze. Now you cannot just go and start writing, this fellow is telling this thing, this fellow is telling that thing. Okay, let us take a viewpoint, okay, of Ernst Nolte, who says that in history, certain periods of human history where economic downturn has happened, that creates grounds for a rise of, right wing or governments. So now you have to connect that to the contemporary world, and you can say because of deglobalization, because of increasing inequality in that regard, we do find the rise of the neo-right governments in the West, and you have to give examples for it. Viktor Orban in Hungary, or Mary Le Pen's party, taking the vote share in that regard, or in Sweden you had the first time a right-wing government which has come to power. These are all what you can say indications that what Ernst Nolte, that during certain economic conditions they are down, there is a possibility that fascism can rise. This is one example. Second, you have Erich Fromm, who says that fear of freedom. The bigger problem with individuals is that when they get freedom, they don't know what to do. They always want to, some kind of guidance which is there. That is what attracts them towards powerful leadership or charismatic leadership. So try to give examples, because of neoliberal ideology in that regard being predominant, after the end of history or end of ideology debate, there has been growing where freedom means people have greater liberty, but at the same time the increase in greater liberty also has heightened people's inherent what you can feel fears what they have. So for example, you can say liberalism do not go for a community approach, it goes for a more materialistic and individual based lifestyle. Obviously this has pushed more number of people to go according to what we believe, that attracted by demagogues. Or you can bring a Hannah Arendt's perspective also in, right, because she says that what will happen, man has become completely economic, he is no longer the political man, he is not interested to participate in public affairs, because the more thing he is doing labor, he is not performing action. You can mind. So you have to be able to link those concepts, at the same time give examples that how and where you find neo-fascism on the rise. But then conclusion, I am going to write my opinion saying that though neo-fascist groups have come, but even in modern times, what you can say, they are trying to operate within the framework of a liberal democracy. Means what Farid Zakaria calls rise of illiberal democracies. So it's not that you are just writing viewpoint, you also have to connect your viewpoint through examples, through illustrations or to explanations. But let us think you just wrote in your answer Eric Fromm's theory is there, Ernst Noll's theory is there, but nowhere you are trying to link and give examples to it, obviously you won't get marks. Okay, you might feel in the exam is what, I have written so much viewpoints in that regard, I have written every relevant content, but still I am not getting marks. So that's what I said, even though everybody reads the same material, there is no new material in that regard, but the bigger challenge is that what is your approach. So unless you develop that approach, now you just keep writing answers. See, it seems that you are writing answers, okay. And second one, to improve also, it can't happen overnight. You are getting my point? So let us say you wrote an answer, now I gave you a feedback, okay, this is what you have to write. Okay, you just added that as a feedback, but unless that you implement in your study process, okay, while reading itself, while revising itself, it not. So this is what I did from 2015 to 2016, certain approaches. So my scores went up to 284 in 2016. In 2017 again it reached 290. Consistently it will click, okay. Maybe there will be a difference of 10 to 12 marks depending upon how the paper has, like last year, PSR didn't have a great run. But still you can see people were there who scored 300, 280s, 270s, etc. So end of the day your target has to be, I should not come out with anything less than 270. 300 is a bonus or etc. or that given day, let us think everything falls in place, things can go. But on that given day your target should be not anything below 270, and to score 270 is not a big challenge with respect to excess content what you write, it's more about how much clarity you have in your answers and in your approach. Now part A, that's why I told, part A is more theoretical, part A is more static. So here what is required is that you have to be good in interlinking thinkers, okay. Many problem lies with here also, some students would have read Plato, but while revision or while you are going, you can connect a Plato to feminism in today's time, you can connect a Plato with, let us think, procedural democracy or a critic of procedural democracy, because Plato is one of the person to tell that unless people have reason in that regard, giving them the choice to choose their rulers, they are going to choose the ignorant rulers, etc. Or you can link Plato to the essence of, you can say, what is the importance of education in politics, okay. So that is why we say the whole Western political thought is nothing but footnotes of Plato. But again, as I said, you have to know how to use it. Now what will happen is that, let us say now I told you have to use it, problem is that you have to also learn the art of how to interlinking it. So let us think there is a question in part B, okay, let us think parliament has been used, new parliament has been constructed, etc., etc. Obviously this is an election year also, new Lok Sabha has been elected. So if you look into political science, largely questions will come where one, it might be in voting behavior, okay, or it might be on a party system, because again we are shifted back to coalition politics, or the question might be on performance of the parliament. Now let us think you know basic things about parliament, you will be able to write. Suppose let us think they ask a question on parliament, Indian parliament is on decline, critically analyze. So obviously here to write this answer, you can use empirical methods, means bring data points to indicate where the decline is happening, but to explain So if you just write data, that is not enough. Data is indicating that yes, there is a decline in parliamentary standards, but also you have to bring a philosophical approach to say that why that is happening in the first place. So you can say Plato and Socrates in that regard, or even Aristotle in that regard, they were a strong sense of believer in civic republicanism, that participation of an individual is very important. And here you can bring that in parliament, because lack of deliberations that is happening, ages back what Socrates and Plato had reminded the importance of it, and that is why you can see in Indian parliament there is more number of guillotine bills that has been passed that takes away the essence of a deliberative democracy. So it's just a passing reference. It's not that you write the whole theory of Plato or Aristotle, it's a passing reference that you can make. Or let us think, we have read about Machiavelli. So obviously when you are writing an answer, let us take on Indian party system or Indian politics, in a conclusion or somewhere you can say Indian party system or Indian politics reflects the traditions of Machiavelli rather than a Plato's philosophy, because Indian party system, obviously ideologies are not important, power politics is more important, and you can say the formation of coalitions in that regard or the defections that are happening in that regard, it indicates that that ends are more important than the means. So that should happen at reflection stage only, that you have to know where to connect which idea. The problem I am telling you have to know now is that you can't sit in an examination hall and we look at the question that will have flashed to you. These are all you should have done your brainstorming beforehand. Okay, let us say you read about Aurobindo Ghosh, his idea of freedom, inner freedom, etc. Or he spoke about nationalism from a spirituality perspective. So there is one thing what Aurobindo Ghosh makes a statement saying that India's freedom is destined by God and India will be free because India should take the world on the path of a spiritual awakening. Now let us think, now you are speaking about the present foreign policy in that regard. India is projecting itself to be a leader of third world countries and an emerging power, and India today is reflecting the ambitions of being a permanent member in UN Security Council. So obviously question will come that what is India's credential to it? So obviously one you can say India as a power is not just a material power, India is also projecting its spiritual powers. Why you can say it has been a land of Aurobindo Ghosh, it has been a land of Buddha in that regard. So where they are trying that India will take the world not on the path of materialism but also in the path of spiritual upliftment. For example, International Yoga Day is India's gift to the world. You need to make interlinkages, it does not require any new content. Whatever content you have to be good in interlinking it. And when that can happen, only when you solve through PYQs, you brainstorm PYQs saying that okay, how do I approach this question? It will work that way. But let us think you have a 500 pages notes, okay, you are randomly making a linear study, then obviously that interlink won't come. Simple now, because 500 pages notes you cannot concise into write in 150 words or 200 words. And that's why I told what many times students they mistake is that they think by adding more content, our answer quality will improve. Or some would believe that okay, writing more answers, you have to write more answers. I am not telling that answer writing is not important, it is a fundamental part of your process. But again, when you write answers, you have to develop what is my approach. And similarly, if you take paper 1 part B, here approach does not remain the same. Part B itself has 4 parts. One, the history part of polity. The other is institution and constitutional part. Third is political economic part. Fourth is political sociology part. Political economy, land reforms, green revolution, politics of economic growth, etc. And if you take political sociology of caste, religion, ethnicity in Indian politics. So obviously your approach should be also oriented that way. So let us think they ask a question on green revolution. Forget about how many scholars you know. Remember 1 or 2 things, like you have Vandana Shiva, who is one of the commentators, and you might have MS Swaminathan in that regard. Enough, if you are not able to recall more than that, it's fine. There are 1 or 2. You can say Rajni Kothari, he also said that Congress system declined. One of the reason being green revolution, that it led to the rise of the OBCs in India. Let us say you know minimal information. I think in 2017 they had asked a question, okay, should India have a second green revolution? Now obviously when you write your answer, there are 2 doubts you will get. One doubt will get, sir, I don't know any scholars regarding the second green revolution, because it's a very new theme they've asked. I'm not prepared. Fine, not an issue. Second thing is that, okay, some person will write an answer saying that in green revolution environmental destruction will happen, water pollution will happen, health issues will happen. Please remember, this is a political science paper, this is not a general studies paper. You have to just go on writing the environmental angle of it. So as a political science student, you have to look at the issue from a center state perspective. So for example, you can say during the first green revolution, there was disparity between states. The northwest part of India developed compared to the eastern part of India. So in the second green revolution, the idea should be, you should bring an inclusive growth. It should not be focusing on one particular region, but more emphasis should be given on the eastern part of India, because that has lagged behind. Second, look from a point of view of idea of equality, because you are being a political science student. First green revolution was not resource neutral, means it was more favorable for those who had large tracts of land, or you can say the what Rudolph and Rudolph called the bullock cart capitalists. So obviously now when you are going to a second green revolution, it should benefit whom? The landless, the vulnerable sections, or you can say the lower class peasants. Third angle, now you can bring an ecological angle, saying that the first green revolution, the focus was only on growth, the focus was not on the sustainability. But now they have to bring, like what MS Swaminathan says, an evergreen revolution, it should be more sustainable. Fourth angle, if you look at first green revolution, it also resulted in what? This migration happening from one part of India to other part of India, that led to communal rights, that led to son of the soil doctrine emerging. So in the second green revolution, we have to ensure that there is more of a sustainable regional growth. So this will tackle the issues of migration and the potential conflicts. And second green revolution can be also the growth engine of India, because the eastern part of India suffers from Naxalism and insurgency problems, and one of the way is to bring development in this area, and now agriculture can take its path. Conclude your answer by saying that, as MS Swaminathan has said, that the future belongs to a country with grains, not to a country with guns. Okay, mind? Same content, everybody has read the same thing, everybody knows the same content, but what will be the difference is that how do you build your answer. So building you can get content, you can use artificial intelligence to get quotes, but you cannot build a structure. The structure is what something you should construct. That is what you will have to work on. So for a part B, it's not more about scholars you write. Yeah, one or two is important, that is fine. Like if you take federalism, have 2-3 important people. Secularism, Ashish Nandi, Pratap Banu Mehta, 2-3 important ones. Just have perspectives in that regard. Don't have the same perspective 10 different people. Perspectives you understood, right? Now if you take somebody like T.N. Madan or Ashish Nandi in that regard, they believe that what Western idea of secularism cannot be implemented in our countries. That's one approach that you need to have. People like Pratap Banu Mehta say secularism in India is a myth. You have B.L. Fadia, his approach is what? In India, again he says there is no true secularism in India. In India you will find largely what is called as pseudo-secularism. Okay, minority appeasement will be taken as secularism, that his viewpoint. You have viewpoint of D. Smith, who says that to judge secular credential of a country, you have to see that how the minorities are protected in that particular country. So that is why you can say minorities are the custodians of the Indian constitution. You have to just know the approach. But based on what is the question they have asked in the exam, you have to decide, okay, which approach you are going to use it. Your approach should not be that I will go on writing everybody's name so that I stand out, that I have written about Smith, I have written about Ashish Nandi, I have written about Yogendra Yadav. Marx is not given because you are writing about Yogendra Yadav, or Marx is not given you have written about Smith. Marx is given for what is the arguments you have brought. Political science subject is only like that, thesis, antithesis, and there should be a synthesis. That should reflect in your answers. And for part B, certain parts you need data, you need case laws. Okay, you have to update yourself with the recent case laws, like governor role is in news, so you have to know the recent case laws in that regard. Or you can say center state disputes are on the rise, you have to know this. Theoretical framework, it is there. Okay, for example, you have Granville Austin, who calls it as cooperative federalism. You have a Maurice Jones who calls it as bargaining federalism, and you have Alexander Owick who says that federalism is sui generis, every federalism is unique in its own regard, we should not compare it with him. Or you have an Ivor Jennings or a Casey Ware who calls India as what? Quasi-federal. That theoretical framework you know, that you have, but to fill in the gap you have to bring recent examples. Na? Okay, what are the recent center-state conflicts? Why recent conflicts are happening? What is your analysis of it? Similarly, when you take caste and politics, same approach here. No multiple views on caste. If you want, M.N. Srinivasan, he says that caste works at subconscious level. Forget the whole theory and all, just know, because this is exam, you are writing 150 words, don't forget to go to be perfect saying that what exactly he said. Have a broad idea. M.N. Srinivasan, what he told? Caste works at subconscious level. Christopher Jeffrey Lord said that what? Caste is a mosaic of Indian politics. Or you have Rajni Kothari who said that what? Caste has brought secularization of Indian politics. Or you have somebody like D.N. Seth who says that caste is very important in Indian politics. Why? Because caste influences ticket distribution in India. Or you have somebody like what you can say, I forgot his name, he speaks about caste coalitions, means caste in India has weakened in its ritualistic format, but caste in India strengthened in form of what? Secular format. Secular means caste is becoming important in politics. So you can say politics has influenced caste, caste also has influenced politics. So how for Rajni Kothari, what is the argument? How politics has influenced caste? Because the lower caste have been now empowered because they become voters. Now the upper caste will have to seek their votes to win election. So obviously the bargaining power has been given to them. This is the clarity you need to have. But suppose let us think they given in an exam question saying that in recent times caste is becoming a very important factor for electoral outcomes. Critically analyze. What many students I have seen they have written, they will just go on dumping view after view after view after view, which will not add any value to it. Add one or two views. Okay, you can start your answer by Christopher Jeffrey Lord says that caste is a mosaic of India, because you are trying to indicate to the evaluator that caste does play a key role. Second, you can say that people in India, it is popularly said, do not cast their vote, but they vote their particular caste. Okay, that's the starting. But now going to the question and first write the thesis of it. They are asking your opinion saying that do you think caste plays a very key role in electoral outcome. So first half of the arguments will be that explaining how it plays a key role, and yes, to a certain extent it is important. So here you have to give examples, you cannot just go theories. So you can say in the recent elections, Karnataka elections, 40% of the tickets cut across party lines were given to the Lingayat community. So this indicates that Lingayats are a very dominant caste in Karnataka, and that is why you can say caste is very important for electoral victories. Or second one, the recent victory of Samajwadi Party in UP in Lok Sabha election 2024 was largely based on their caste or social engineering what they did. That was more successful compared to the other political parties which were there. That resulted in victory of what? Samajwadi Party. Or third, you can say the demand at the idea level, caste is still important because various political parties had promised to do caste census if they come to power. But however, saying that caste is the only factor that will influence an electoral victory will be too shallow. So here you can bring in Yogendra Yadav, bring the argument of identity plus politics in that regard, where you can say apart from caste, other factors are also important. How? Why caste is not the only important factor? For example, you can say Mr. Siddaramaiah becoming the CM of Karnataka in that regard, it was not only based on his caste identity, it was also based on the welfareism which worked. Second thing you can say, ideology also plays a key role. For an example, the victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Karnataka clearly symbolizes that even in areas where you can say traditionally those caste which voted for the Congress in the state elections did vote for the BJP in the national elections. So you cannot say that people will always only vote based on caste, they will also vote for leadership, they also vote for the ideology of the party. But nevertheless, we cannot deny that caste does play a key role, has continued to play a key role, but it should not be overemphasized. Or if you want, Abhijit Banerjee and Thomas Piketty had written an article after the 2019 elections where they said that it is not only the welfareism that won the BJP the elections in 2019, but it is also their caste or social engineering what they did. So that viewpoint you can bring it in your answer, but your answer should also have examples. So if you are not writing examples, you are not giving an explanation to it, just you are going and adding, like if you see some people how they tell, once they have written the exam, sir I have included 3 to 4 scholars. Okay fine, scholars include क्या है, but वो argument क्या था? That's why they are not going to give you marks just because you wrote scholars. At the same time, you cannot write too generalistic answer also saying that adding without any theoretical framework, because that time it does not get a notion of a political science answer. So you have to use a mixture of both. And when you take paper 2 part A in that regard, this is 60% static, 40% dynamic. In the sense 60% of the syllabus is static, you can say political sociology, political economy, comparative politics, repeated questions they can asking. Or if you take theories of international relations, again repeated themes have come. Or if you take concepts which is their national interest, balance of power, etc. But here one problem what many students face is that when you read the concept of power in part A, because here also there is power in international politics, there is a difference. Part A, why you are more comfortable paper 1 to write, because you have a fixed set of scholars, you have a fixed set of theories to evaluate. Okay, you have elitist theory of power, you have the Marxist perspective of power, you have a Gramscian perspective of power, you have an Hannah Arendt's constructive theory of power, you have a Foucault's postmodernist perspective of power. You have different ideas, but when it comes to IR part, obviously the question they are going to ask is not based on the theories, it will be something applied. Okay, they might say power is a contested concept. Comment. Power is a contested concept. Now you have read about power in IR. So obviously what should be your approach? One, you are going to define what is power. But now the key word is what? Contested. Contested means what? There are multiple ideas of power. So why in international politics power is contested? Can any one of you tell me? Obviously you cannot write your Hannah Arendt, you cannot write your elitist theory of power, you cannot write your Marxist theory of power, and then you can say in international politics the power is, no, that does theory, but they are asking in international politics, power is a contested concept. Why? I am just trying to show you here the difference between paper 1 and paper 2, because both have common themes. Na? Power is here also, power is here also. You have read about power here. Here if they ask power is a contested concept in part A, easy to write. You will give different ideas and tell. But the same question if they ask, power in international politics is a contested concept. What can you write?
Soft power, hard power, smart power.
Okay, one agreeable. There are different types of power, hard, soft, smart. But again, what is the contested there?
The USA linked power with democracy. As well as China linked power with communism.
Correct. One you can say the idea, there is a, China is trying to say that a country can enhance its power through following a communist path. America on the other hand has showed that how they can use democracy and enhance their soft, because power end of the day is influence, ability to influence another country. Second one, measuring power itself is very difficult in international politics. So how do you measure and tell which country is powerful? The contestation is here, is hard power important, is soft power important, and you have to give example. For example, America is considered to be one of the most powerful country in the world, but in terms of what? So if you tell in terms of military strength, the most powerful military in the world failed in the Vietnam War, they failed in Afghanistan, they made an exit. So basically there is a difficulty in measuring power in international politics. Second difficulty is that how you are going to exercise power, that is also contested. So for example, you have countries like India who have been able to influence to a certain degree through its soft power. But at the same time some say that soft power alone cannot protect your national interest, you have to have some element of hard power. That is the second perspective. Or you have what you can say, a feminist perspective in international politics who give a new meaning to power, saying that power should be seen in terms of not domination in terms of, but they argue that it should be in terms of empowering people at large. So when you look at international politics, the question remains that how do countries enhance power, which power, no, how do we measure power in that regard, or which is a more effective tool of exercising influence, continues to remain contested. So here you cannot go write Hannah Arendt or Marx or elitist theory of power, it is not possible. And that's why I say in part A, 60% is static, 40% is dynamic. Dynamic in the sense you have to bring a lot of current examples in your answers. If you are not going to bring your current examples in your answer, you are not going to fetch marks. Okay, so they say national interest is a dynamic concept. Plain and simple, national interest keeps changing. Whatever theory you have read, that you use it to defining what is national interest, or you use it to saying that there are two types of national interest: variable interest, non-variable interest, or core interest, periphery interest. That is classification. But why it is dynamic? Because it changes with time. Why does it change with time? Obviously, you can say economic conditions of countries change with time. Give one example to it. For example, India's national interest during Cold War was to ensure that we follow non-aligned movement. But post-Cold War, because of India's economic rise in that regard, today we are looking for multi-alignment. India's interest towards Israel during the Cold War period, and especially since 2014, India's policies have shifted because today our national interest has changed. Why it has changed? Changing conditions in West Asia. Similarly, you can say national interest also changes based on your security. So, for example, for the Americans in 1989, it was in their national interest, they contain communism, and that is why they created a Taliban. But the same Americans in 2001 went to a war with Taliban because it was their national interest that they have to, bring down Taliban in Afghanistan. But again, the same America in 2021, they exited from Afghanistan. So obviously, national interest is not constant, it is dynamic. As we say in international politics, the only one, according to realist school of thought, what is the only one permanence? It is your prudence. Simple, end your answer in that. So you are getting one. So don't expect in IR questions, there is some question which are already written. Question can come something on national interest, on balance. If you know the concepts well, if you know how to analyze those questions well, you will be in a good spot to build your answer. But if you expect like part A, where everything is ready, I just need to fit in, that won't happen in part B. And if you come to paper 2 part B, that is Indian foreign policy in that regard, this is 80% dynamic, 20% static. Dynamic in the sense they are not asking something like very recent smaller things. If you look at the range of questions also, here also you find some static question. NPT, CTBT, repeated theme they have asked. Or if you take India and South Asia, it's a common theme you can find. And if you take the approaches to Indian foreign policy, 1 year they have asked about how history has influenced Indian foreign policy, one more year they have asked about how geography has influenced Indian foreign policy, or some year culture has influenced. So obviously here you can say, sir, what is the content I can add? Don't add any additional content, just go through PYQs, make model answers to it, just approach to that. Okay, if they ask, comment on the role of culture in Indian foreign policy. So have a very good introduction about Indian foreign policy. Then you can go on to say that culture has played a key role with regards to Indian foreign policy even since the pre-independence time. So there you can say India's non-alignment movement is a reflection of its cultural values of ahimsa, atma shakti, that is self-reliance. India's what you can say has been a land of Buddhism, and in Buddhist philosophy we can see the rise of the idea of Panchashil. So that has been a fundamental aspect of Indian foreign policy when we are dealing with our neighboring countries. And then you can say also the Hindu philosophy is ingrained in India, and you can say the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that has been also reflected in Indian foreign policy, and recently India has taken the initiative of Vaccine Maitri initiative, the net security provider, etc. Hence, as we can say that it is impossible to de-link the role of culture and values from Indian foreign policy. Or As we dig in, if we find some good quotation in that regard, that you can use as a conclusion. Got it? So that's why I told, in exam to score marks you have to be smart. You can't go with the approach saying that I am going to include many things in my answer. All the evaluator will look at is that those totally 38 questions what you are going to write and how you have organized that content, irrespective of which book you have read, which content you have read, how much content you have. Understood? So the part of this crash course will be enabling you to build approaches to each part of the syllabus. A quick summary, but you cannot expect from the crash course that will do detailed thing, because this is not a class. It's not like a political science class will now, I'll take into explaining difference between Plato's theory of forms and Aristotle theory of forms, because that will take more time. That will be a normal class. Here it's more about, we'll go through PYQs, what should be your approach, and in your notes, short notes, what should be there? Introductions, conclusions, keywords, key viewpoints, and you have to know how to write the answer. And I will be also providing you certain content for foreign policy and certain parts like voting behavior, etc., that I have made in that regard. But again, how you will have to use that content? See, for example, this is Plato's content. Okay, so these are all the previous year questions, especially last 7 years, and these are all keywords and different viewpoints that are there. But again, as I said, you don't need to read all these viewpoints and by heart. I will try to integrate them as we solve previous year questions. So from your point of view, just remember, Plato, one question will come. So don't read 80 pages for Plato, just have Plato in 2-3 pages. And more important part is articulation. See, some people who are very good in articulation, what they can tend to do is that take up a question, not write a detailed answer, just write the structure. Because you are good in articulation, you know you will articulate. But for some people who have difficulty in articulation, they have to practice writing the whole sentences. Why? Because this end of the day is a social science subject. Okay, engineering methods won't work here. In that sense, if you write keywords and just move on to it, it won't work. So always remember, have an introduction, have a conclusion, no matter what the question is. That should be your approach. Let us think features of behavioralism only came. Write in points, that's fine. If they are asking features of behavioralism, but you should have an introduction. Write the features 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But after that, right, you need to end on a conclusion. Okay, and more importantly, when you write your conclusion, try to also reflect your ideas in the paper. Okay, you try to summarize that what is your opinion on the thing, because see, most of the questions you see either what? Comment, discuss, examine, analyze, elucidate. These are the keywords what you find in the question, right? Most of the questions. Have you seen any question in especially that one, like first and 5 are compulsory now, 10 marks. Have you seen anywhere they are asking, explain Plato's philosopher king? Comment on Plato's philosopher king. So comment का मतलब क्या है? You have to bring your viewpoint also, na. See, when you bring your viewpoint, you can take a help of a scholar. Okay, you believe that Plato's philosopher king is incompatible with the modern day idea of a democracy. Okay, or let us think you have read somewhere, in general newspaper only you have read somewhere, saying that because many people use political science scholars in their analysis of their articles. So let us think some person would have written an article, you don't know his name, etc., but you know the writings what he has written. So you can say that in modern day times, it is wrong for people to believe and trust the knowledge of one particular individual, and that invariably the history has shown it descends into what? It descends into despotism. That can be your conclusion. It's your opinion, it's your viewpoint. This is what you think in that regard. That is what you have commented on it. Understand? So unless you are able to bring in the conclusion that what is the overall picture you think about that question they have asked, why will they give you marks? See, many people what they do now, they don't look at this only. Okay, examine the critics of Rawls' idea of justice. What many students will do, Communitarian critic, liberal critic, neoliberal critic, okay. You have written the critic, have you examined the critic? Okay, what is your opinion on communitarian's critic Rawls? I can bring a counterpoint saying that going by the communitarian argument, if you say that every cultural values have to be recognized or justice has to be brought from a particular community, in that regard, then in India we can justify sati system, in Africa they can justify female genital mutilation. Or neoliberal critic is there of Rawls saying that affirmative action should not be part of justice. Now what is my analysis, what I will write in the exam, such kind of notions saying that affirmative action cannot be part of justice is looking at complex social issues in a very simplistic way only through the lens of meritocracy, which is not acceptable in today's world. It is the same argument which Aristotle made to defend slavery. You should reflect your ideas also. That is when your marks will shoot up. If you are just representing the same viewpoint what you have read, why will they give you marks? And they are not asking themes, they are only asking this way, examine the critic of Rawls' theory of justice. So many people will write only what is the critic, they have not examined it. Understand? So don't have the FOMO of this content enhancement. And that is why one of the reason, if you see in our test series, I think some of you have taken up, we don't give synopsis. Many people have questioned why you don't give synopsis, because I don't believe that synopsis is any adding value to your marks. Get in mind, thousands of materials are there online. Still what you will do with extra synopsis, learn the art of writing a good answer, not just learn the collecting materials and keeping it in one room. Because in end of the day you are going to just write the answer in 150 words or 250 words. Here it is not based on how much content you have. You might have 3000 content for India, Pakistan. What will you do with so much of content? So that's why I told the whole UPSC exam itself, if you look at, it's not based on content. That's why I keep saying, if you don't have vision of this exam, if you don't have a vision that what exam requires, even if you read vision 365 times, you won't get a drishti, neither you will be the next IAS. So this is not about what material is there, because all the material is there today, because material today is not a challenge. If you just type in artificial intelligence, give me 5 quotes on Plato, it will give you. Simple, it's no big deal today, it's like to search, etc. Please go to artificial intelligence, tell me the quotes in Opi Gova, it will give you. But the thing is that what you are going to do with that content, what you have, that will be more important, and that's why we say that we have to build more about your approach of writing the answers, approach of the subject. Okay. So today we will be starting with, because this will be the first class, we will go a bit slow, we will be starting with 3 thinkers. Okay. 3 thinkers including questions on Western political thought. Okay. Now why again here the meaning of a crash course, when we are dealing with questions on Western political thought, there will be question asking compare the Western political thought with Indian political thought. So obviously you have to have knowledge of Indian thinkers, and we will be dealing with 3 scholars, Plato, Aristotle and Machiavelli. Now the approach what we will be using is that we will list out the questions of recent years on Plato, and in that we look at different themes. Why different themes? Let us think there is, for an argument's sake, there is a question saying that Plato's idea of justice, let us think, comment. And there is one more question saying that individual state is individual writ large, comment. Both the questions are same themed, they are not different themed. Both the questions are on justice. In a moment. Or there is a question, Plato's best state, Aristotle's best state is Plato's second best state, comment. Similarly, there is one more question saying that what? Comment on Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. question is same. Means you are writing similarities and dissimilarities between Plato and Aristotle. So when you go through PYQs, it is not necessary that you have to answer all PYQs, but choose different themes. And for those themes, now let us look at how we need to approach to write answers for these questions. So in this exam, let us think, they ask a new question on Plato. Let it be a new statement. They have lifted somewhere else. But just try to locate the statement. It is based on which theme. If you locate the statement is based on which theme, then you will be able to identify what is the content that you can write. So for example, let us think in 2015 or 16, I don't remember, there is a question they have asked. Politics is not an escape mechanism, political theory is not an escape mechanism, but it is an arduous calling. John Plemonnant's. First thing your eye should not catch is John Plemonnant's. Let us think you don't know who is John Plemonnant's, or first time in paper you are seeing his name. So now don't think sir it is out of syllabus, sir syllabus के बाहर दिया उसलिए मैं question छोड़ दिया exam. For me John Plemonnant is not important. For me what is more important is what is the statement is saying. Politics is not an escape mechanism, it is an arduous calling. Okay, if you contextualize this statement, it might be related to what? What it might be related to, if you want to make, because you see that's what I told, in some questions now, there are two ways. Let us think there is a statement of see, let us think there is a statement saying that making political decisions require judgment and skill. It should, what Plato urges, should be left to experts. Comment. Never heard over this statement in your notes, first time you are reading this statement in the notes, but you know who is Plato and you know his ideas. Obviously you are able to connect that he is criticizing democracy. So your answer will be more about what writing, why this fellow criticized democracy, what is the problem with democracy, then you are going to analyze it. This is one way. You know the person, you are seeing this statement for the first time, don't worry, just try to understand what is that fellow's ideology and what is that fellow's philosophy and try to go through it. Second way, this is John Plemonnant. You don't know who is Plemonnant, but now you are trying to read this statement and you are trying to contextualize. It's in the context of his critique of behavioralism. Because Davidson has said what the traditionalists who are there, they are parasitically living on age-old ideas in that regard. And he told we have to bring more scientific methods. So what this Plemonnant's argument was that politics is not an escape mechanism. You will have to take decisions. You will have to solve people's problems. It should be solution oriented, not just descriptive in nature. So it is not an escape mechanism. It requires arduous calling. So obviously you have to contextualize the critique of behaviorism, the rise of post-behaviorism, how facts and values both are important to the field of politics. So UPSC making the paper tough only means that they might give a statement which I have never heard of, but you need to contextualize that particular statement. And that's why I told here you don't worry too much about exact content, try to use the whatever knowledge base you have to write an answer. Okay.
So can we bring to this perspective, like man is a social animal, so
Yes, you can write in, because when a voter votes, he has to be also voting on values, right? That you can include. See that element of interpretation should be in your end. Okay, last year also they asked one question, last year 2023, J.S. Milka question they had asked. Legal subordination of one sex by the other sex is wrong in itself and it hinders human development. So obviously you cannot just go on writing about subjection of women, voting rights should be given to men. That is only one aspect to it. You have to bring arguments why it is wrong in itself. Because he believed that women are equal to men and he did not believe that idea that what inequality is natural. Women have just not got equal opportunity. If given equal opportunity, they are going to prove their worth. And his critique was regarding the Victorian laws which was there, which more in favor of the husbands than the wives. And he brought an argument saying that women are teachers, women are businessmen back in England that time. And he told why it's wrong to suppress the women. The laws should be equal for everybody. Second part of this statement, it hinders human development. Now you bring your analysis here. How not empowering the women will lead to things. So for example, you can say, according to the Human Development Index, those countries which have brought legal equality between men and women have actually performed better. Finland, Norway, Sweden. But those countries which there is no legal equality, their ranking also is not so improved with respect to Human Development Index. As we say, if you educate a woman, you educate a family. This is nothing connected to Mill. They are not asking her to explain Mill statement, they are asking you to discuss Mill statement. So as you said, for any question you can bring, but one advice there is that make sure that argument what you bring should be linked to the question, it should not vary off somewhere else. So now let us look at Plato. First let us look at the question, then we look at what are the ideas of Plato that will be required from an exam point of view. So first I will write few questions, then we will look into it, how to address these questions. So first question is, explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. So this was for 20 marks, it was asked in UPSC 2020. Second question, Plato was an enemy of open society. Plato was an enemy of open society. Popper. Comment. 20 marks. 2015. Third question, Plato's communism. Plato's communism is a supplementary machine. Plato's communism is a supplementary machine to give effect to and reinforce that the spirit which education is to create. Nettleship. (2006). See, in these kind of questions what you have to make use of it is that this is a statement given by whom? Nettleship. This is a question, but you can also use this statement in your answers. Let us say there is some question they have asked on Plato's communism, comment. Try to use this as a conclusion. What does Nettleship say? He says that Plato's communism is supplementary machine to give effect and reinforce the spirit that education is to create. So the importance of solving PYQs is that PYQs is not only important from question point of view, they also give you material or content for your quotes, conclusions, introductions. Make use of it. Now one more themed question is that explain Plato's communism and compare with modern communism. (15 marks). fifth question. Comment on Plato's philosopher king. And sixth themed question what we have. Make a comparative assessment. Make a comparative assessment of Greek perspective of justice, Greek perspective of justice with Rawlsian idea of justice. So these are the what you can say different themes that have been asked in the exam over the years. So this is not all the questions, we can bring other questions under these themes. The sixth question is an indication of not that the same theme will come, it is also an indication that in future if they want to diversify a bit, now they can also make a comparison between Greek idea of justice and Hindu idea of justice. You want? Or let us think they can ask a question, compare the Gandhian idea of justice with a Greek idea of justice. Because they have asked Ambedkar and Gandhi, they can ask Gandhi and Greek. So these kind of questions should give you an idea that when you read you can also make comparison other ways, okay, because you need to be ready to it. Because if they ask in the exam what will happen, on the spot generating points will be difficult, but if you have pre-thought, at least you have a way to go about. Now let us go back to the first question. Explain the critique of Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. So based on all the questions what you read, the 6 or 7 questions, so obviously when you have read in your notes or whatever material you have read about Plato, obviously we need to have content regarding his idea of philosopher king, his idea of justice, his idea of communism, of wives and property, and his idea on what? Education. And we can also read about Plato's views on laws. Why? Because laws, because if I want to answer the question on that Aristotle wala one, I have to know his views on laws. And you can also know Plato's view on what else we can say, education, communism, wives, laws, and so these are the core aspects that you have to know in Plato from an exam point of view. Now apart from these ideas, because you can say you could have read lengthy way, but now to just summarize in a crisp way, you will also have to know certain introduction or conclusions. These can be very important, you can pre-prepare it. Now let us come to the first question. Okay, these are the contents it required. So now we will try to go through these theories through questions. Okay, explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. So now how will you start your answer? Or according to you, give me what is a good introduction to start with. A good question to start with. According to you, what do you think will be an ideal introduction to this question? How do you start your question? Okay, so he is saying that Aristotle being one of the greatest critic of or being a student of Plato, but at the same time he is a critic of Plato. Okay, acceptable, that can be one introduction. Any other?
We'll start with Plato's idealism, where
Hmm.
he says that in his quest to reach the
Hmm.
make Athens an ideal state,
Hmm.
Plato gave certain theories.
Hmm.
Some of them were quite controversial, and his greatest disciple Aristotle also agreed with this.
Okay, that is also a fair introduction. Now he is saying that he'll first speak out Plato's idealism in that regard, then he'll try to bring Aristotle in. Or you can also use what you can say certain quote, such as what you can say, though Aristotle is referred as one of the greatest Platonists in that regard, but at the same time he is one of the greatest critic of Plato. So now question is that you have to know where to use it. The statement now I told you, Aristotle is one of the greatest Platonists, but at the same time is one of the greatest critic. So where do you actually use it? Can you start your answer with that? So basically this you can use it in your conclusion, because you are going to summarize it, and summarizing it, and you can add a view saying that you look at that he is one of the greatest Platonists, but at the same time he is one of the greatest critic. The conclusion you can also write saying that why he is one of the greatest Platonists also is that because even Plato admitted his faults, and Plato also made those changes in his second book what he wrote, that is the Laws in that regard, and that is why we say Aristotle's best state is Plato's second best state. That will be your conclusion. Introduction you can start with either one of them what they said. One you can say like what he told, that Plato was an idealist in that regard, and his idealism was to build this ideal state and to bring out Athens from the problems of nepotism, corruption and ignorance. But however, these ideas came under Aristotle's critique. Now you will enter the paragraph saying that going into the body. Now in body what you have to write, you have to bring each idea of Plato and you have to bring Aristotle's critique. Okay. And moreover, see, if the question they are asking, they are not asking you to examine, they are asking you to explain. Explain ka matlab. When you are going to write his view, you also have to tell why this fellow is criticizing that idea. So one, you can say that what is one of the fundamental idea that Aristotle critiqued Plato. What is the major idea of his critique? For Plato, he said philosopher king is above the law. Try to make use of quotes in your answer, that will always add value. You can say no law or ordinance is mightier than the knowledge of the philosopher king. However, this was criticized by Aristotle, saying that any day collective wisdom is better than the wisdom of one person, and he told rule of law should be a non-negotiable principle. So one part is done. You brought one explanation of his criticism. Second important criticism what Aristotle brought about in terms of Plato. What is the second most important criticism? So you need to write, Plato believed that family was a bigger evil than private property, and he said though the ruler is highly knowledgeable, still one of his weaknesses will be the material needs of his family. Hence he introduced the idea saying that the guardian class and the ruling class, they cannot have a family life, neither they can own private property. But here you will bring now the Aristotelian critic, saying that what? You have to explain his critique. Aristotle on the other hand was a pragmatist. He believed that property and family are time tested institutions, and family and property also gives every individual a sense of achievement, and it motivates them to work better, and hence he believes that this is a very radical idea, and he wanted family and property to continue. Third, what is the third criticism you can bring? One, you criticize the law. Second, you criticize Plato's view on communism of wives and property. And what is the third critic? No, democracy, even if you take Aristotle was a person who considered democracy a perverted form of government. And Plato believed that democracy is not the perfect type. What else? If you are going to write Aristotle's critique of Plato. So basically here, the theory of ideas. Because what did Plato say? Plato told ideas are important and you should not go by material forms in that regard. But what did Aristotle say? That every form, is also equally important. You cannot say that everything that has an end should have a form in that regard. So you can say he brought a balance in comparison to Plato. He was not radical in his approach in terms of Plato. Fourth, what is the fourth critic? Any other major idea what Aristotle criticized Plato for, which he rejected this Plato's ideas is impractical, or because Plato lived in the world of ideas, right? The other idea was that Plato firmly believed in what individual led government, means there is no importance for collectivity which is given. But for Aristotle, he believed that what collectivity is very important, that people should collectively participate it, that is civic republicanism. So that is enough, 3-4 points you have hit it. But it's a 20 marker question. So even though they have not asked, it's your duty now to bring a connecting paragraph saying that, see in political science, try to write a connecting paragraph, don't just try to underline and add some subheading, try to write a connecting paragraph saying that though Aristotle seems to be a critic of Plato, but one should not forget that you can bring views of you can bring views of Dunning. Okay, Dunning, I don't know how to spell it. Dunning, he says every page of Aristotle, bears the imprint of Plato. So now you have added this paragraph or this viewpoint of Dunning. Why? Because now you are going to connect the paragraph and say that we can see a lot of similarities also between Plato and Aristotle. This you need to explain. The statement now you have to give evidence for it. So what is the evidence you provide here? So one you can say, like Plato, he also believed reason and education is very, very important to participate in politics. Second, like Plato, even he believed that what democracy was a perverted form of government. Neither Plato considered it as ideal, neither even Aristotle considered it to be ideal, because Aristotle had mixed democracy with certain elements of aristocracy. So you cannot say he criticized democracy as a rule of poor. Aristotle, he told, if you go into his classification of constitution, Math taught monarchy, aristocracy, polity, ideal form of government, perverted form of government, tyranny, oligarchy and democracy. Third, what is the third imprint? Like Plato, Aristotle was a firm believer that state has a larger goodwill, or state represents perfection in that regard. So then you can now say that, hence we can say that in spite of his critic, Foster says, that is why Foster calls Aristotle as one of the greatest Platonist. Then you write your conclusion saying that one of the greatest Platonist. Then in conclusion you can write that the beauty of the relation is that even a Plato admitted that his approach was too radical, and he brought certain changes in his later works such as Law and Statesman, and that is why it is popularly said. What will be your conclusion? Aristotle's best state is Plato's second best state. Aristotle's best state is Plato's second best state. See, now this what we call as an ideal answer construction, what you have to do. Now that's why I said here, now what you have done, you have taken time. Okay, now what you wrote this answer, this is not in 7 minutes or 9 minutes, you took your own time, thought about it, brainstormed it, then you made an answer. Now why this you have to make it a habit is that the more number of revisions you do based on the quotes etc., you will be able to recall it very quickly. Otherwise what will happen, you won't be able to recall who said what. And how to stand out from others, if possible. And if you have read only 2-3 works, always try to write the works of the scholars. You can say when Plato makes this argument, we told Plato says no law or ordinance is mightier. In his which book or which work? Republic. Or when Plato criticizes, when Aristotle criticizes Plato, in which work? Politics. Okay, next time you can read out Karl Popper, he will come out with a critique of Plato. That is, Popper is not relevant here. But let us think another question. Open society and its enemies in that book. So be more specific. Don't read too much, but whatever you read, be more specific, bring it on your paper. But when you will be able to bring it on your paper, when you have revised it, written it multiple times, practicing writing multiple times, you will be able to recall the book. Otherwise what will happen, suddenly you won't be able to recall. For example, what is a book written by Pareto? Wilfred Pareto. Mind and Society. Again a mind. So why you are not able to recall is that you have not made separate short notes like this, by hearted that multiple times, only then you will be able to integrate. So one problem with many students, what they do is that they know, but they are not able to bring it on paper. Why? It won't happen unless you specifically focus on that part, revise it multiple times, or you brainstorm through questions, only then it will come. Otherwise what will happen, 100% you won't be able to recall the name unless you revise it multiple times, keep using it. What is a book written by Robert Michaels? Political Parties, the Iron Law of Oligarchy. Why these are all needed? Nah? Because you can interlink very quickly. So let us think there is a question on party system in India. They compare Indian party system with Western party. Now I will bring a Robert Michaels in my answer and saying that as Robert Michaels says, you can see in Indian party system, most of the political parties are oligarchic in nature. They are dynastic parties. Rank and file of the party does not have the power. It is all concentrated at the top. So when you are able to do that integration, if you have pre-thought it, okay, Robert Michaels I have read, I know where to use Robert Michaels in my answer. Unless you have not pre-thought, why I am telling, see, many times what will happen, even those who are from political science background only, MA, PhD, they don't do well in exam. One probable reason is that they have done more intense research into it. Obviously they got to write like a thesis in their examination, because in their exam there is no word limit. Here there is a word limit. So obviously here the challenge is what? Trying to fit into the best possible answer in a short period of time, how you can prepare. So here the question is simple. Question was what? Explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. Keywords are what? Plato's idealism. So in introduction only, as he told you, brought Plato's idealism. Then Aristotle's critique. So then you have given relation between Aristotle and Plato, that he is one of the student of Plato, but he is one of the critic also of Plato. Then you have gone into the body. In body, first half of the body, you have written about what is this criticism. Pure and simple, straightforward. Rule of law, this what is that? Communism of vice and property, and you can say collective participation and individual participation. Then you have brought now the other angle, that in spite of his being the critic, you can say that in every page Aristotle writes, Plato is reflected. Professor Dunning's view. But you are not only ending, you have to explain that why Professor Dunning is saying like that. So there you bring what is common between Plato and Aristotle. You can say end of the day Aristotle is influenced by Plato, is his student. So you can say he also views democracy is not an ideal form of government. He also has strong importance to education and reason in his scheme of things. And like Plato, he also believes that state is very supreme, or it is superior of all associations in that regard. And then you are going to say that that is why Professor Foster, he is saying that he is one of the greatest Platonists. But then you are going to bring your opinion in the end, saying that the beauty of this relationship between Plato, it's not Skinner saying it, it is not Foster saying it, is not Dunning, it's you saying it. The beauty of the relation between Plato and Aristotle was that even Plato, his master, accepted his ideas of his student, and he changed his ideas in his second book, and that is why we say Aristotle's best state is Plato's second best state. So when somebody reads your answer, okay, this we are telling maybe in what you can say, when you test a car in controlled environment, it will give you 21 kilometers mileage, but once you take it to traffic, obviously the mileage is going to drop. Same way here also, unless the same question comes in the exam, since you have discussed it, you will be able to write. But let us say they ask a new themed question, obviously your efficiency won't be to that percent, unless you are a person who have been doing the same thing again and again, there you will be quick to adapt to the changing question. So that's why I told what is the importance of solving the PYQs with an approach is that it's not only writing what is the answer, you have to be able to link through paragraph, and that's why I told this is not a general study subject, you can just add key points and move on. You have to bring the skill of articulation. Got it? So here we made use of what? Plato's and Aristotle's critique. So here it was not specific theory of Plato, a broader macroscopic view of Plato and Aristotle. Now let's go into the next question which is there on Plato. Plato was an enemy of open society, Popper. So how will you approach this question? What will be the introduction that you will write? Tell me, it's okay, you freely express that what will you write. So basically, see how to approach this question is that they have given a statement by Popper. So obviously you can take Popper has made a thesis. Its thesis given by Popper. Popper's argument is what? No, this fellow is an enemy of open society. Now they are asking you to comment on it. Okay, so comment on it means what? Do you agree with Popper's thesis? There can be three ways. One, I can say I completely agree with Popper. Yes, he is an enemy, but I am not telling I am going to write that way. I am telling my approach. Yeah, of course he is an enemy of open society, I will give reasons to it. Or another approach might be, no, you null hypothesis saying that it is wrong, it is not there, you do not agree with it, bring arguments. Or better way always will be take a balanced approach. So first you will tell why Popper is, what is making Popper call him an enemy of open society. So obviously here you have to know, at least from a Popper sense, what is an open society. So in your answer, when you introduce, you can introduce Popper and you can say, Popper in his work, The Open Society and Enemies, he calls Plato, Marx and who else? Hegel as the enemies of open society. That is your introduction passage. Then what will you write? Hmm. He belongs to the hmm.
And he saw the rise of fascism in his time.
But why he is calling Plato as the enemy of open society?
He traced back where he started, and he found that in Plato's work he was found in the works of communism and those kind of things.
See, what you can do here is that first you tell according to Popper what is an open society. Popper believes an open society is one where individuals are allowed to freely express their opinion. The state has limited powers, where there is more accountability. Now you add your point, one saying that what he saw was happening with a communist Russia or a Hitler under Germany. This made Popper trace the roots of fascism to Plato. Now you need to explain here 2-3 points. One, Plato's philosopher king was above the rule of law. That is one point which made him think. No law or ordinance is mightier than the knowledge of philosopher king. Second, his education system was state controlled. You cannot study what you want, you have to study what the state has prescribed. Third, he also interfered in personal lives of individuals. For example, communism of wives did not give you a personal choice to marry or to have a family. He denied women motherhood. Why he is making that comparison? Because even when you look at the modern day fascism in that regard, modern day fascism also under Hitler controlled the personal choices of people. They controlled education system. And that is why then you go on to write saying that Popper has equated Plato being the first fascist. Now this part of your answer, what you have answered, is explaining Popper's thesis. You have not yet commented it, you have just explained Popper's thesis, why Popper is calling Plato an enemy of open society. Now what is the second part of the paragraph you will bring now? See, that's what I know. When you explain also, don't worry about should I write the exact sentences in the notes. That's what I told when you revise. Remember the keywords. Now, what is the counterpoints that you can bring? So here you can add a person's argument called as Ronald B. Levinson. Okay. Levinson has written a book called as In Defense of Plato. Bring him into the argument. In Defense of Plato. Okay, so this thing will be in the notes which I'll upload later, but if you just read the notes, you have to know where to contextualize it, but to find that content it will be here. You can go through the other. So Levinson in his book In Defense of Plato, he says that what? It's wrong to compare Plato to fascism, and he says we are comparing the uncomparables. Now you need to explain, because you have brought that argument, because you are not agreeing with Popper, why you think that Popper is too extreme in equating Plato to fascism. One, you can say Plato's whole thesis or his argument has been based on reason. And his concern was that this Athens should be freed of ignorance, corruption, nepotism. Third, during times of Plato, he was not a person who believed in ultranationalism, because the idea of nation did not exist at that point of time. His core concern was what? To ensure people's welfare should be of utmost criteria. But the only mistake what Plato did was that, you should write, though his diagnosis was correct, but his prescription was far worse than the disease. But it would be extreme to equate Plato to fascism. That's my opinion. The conclusion is my opinion. I don't consider Plato to be the first fascist because as Levinson has made an argument, we are comparing the uncomparables. Your answer is done. So when you looked at this answer,
Plato's prescription was based on philosophy rather than psychology.
very good. That's actually a very good point. You can say Plato's prescription was rather based on philosophy than psychology. Very good. You can write that. But you can add, innovate something like that in your conclusion. Right? But more important here again the structure of your answer. There should be a flow in your answer. That when an evaluator evaluates a paper, he should get that clarity. Okay, the student has understood. He has clearly addressed every part of the question because we addressed the statement, that why he is making that statement. Comment part we have addressed it. Why? Because we have brought our opinion on it. Through whom? Through bringing the arguments of Levinson in that regard. And finally concluding my point saying that, you can make his point, that Plato's prescription was based on philosophy rather than psychology, which was the aspect of the modern day fascism. So if you logically see, now what were the things that you remember from the book or the notes what you read? Only 2 or 3 things. One, you remembered the quote of Popper, quote of Levinson, maybe the core ideas what you read about Plato's philosopher king, etc. Right? But here you didn't go into detail of that, how the education system is created, how many years you are going to study. That is for your first stage of preparation. That is initial. But for the examination, all you require is that in that 150 to 200 words, are you able to convince the examiner with the content what you have produced. This now let us say you have 100 different content, but it won't useful if you are not able to bring it on paper. And that's why I told, don't go for randomly include so many content, bring more clarity in your answer. Even if you are writing only 2 scholars, that's enough. Even that should be the case. But as I said, this is something you need to practice. Why I am telling this is something? Now fine, you did 2 questions, okay, but this you have to go back and try to do for other questions also, and that is when the flow will come. See, otherwise you end up reading again notes. Okay, let us think they'll ask some new question, let us think new theme question they asked. Do you think we need a Plato to solve the problems of politics in today's world? Okay, let us think they went, UPSC went bizarre, very new question. Do you think, do we need a Plato today to solve the problems of ongoing politics or problems in politics? So obviously here it's not difficult part, you have to be within 7 minutes, you have to be able to bring up, shoot out something which matches the question. So quick thing is that the keywords, that's what I told, keywords, make it a habit of reading it. Contemporary, today. Okay, first you have to tell what is problems of today's politics. Now 100 things can run in your head, but please remember it's just 150 words. So speak about larger macroscopic problems. What are the larger macroscopic problems? Same problems what you can say, one thing, broad thing analysis, Plato's diagnosis was correct even in his times. Plato's diagnosis is also correct even in today's times. But the same thing is also true. Plato's cure was also wrong for his times. Plato's cure is also wrong for present times. That can be the overall theme of your question. So first going to say what are the major problems. You can say the problems that persisted in Athens continue to be even today. Today also there is corruption in politics. Today also there is nepotism in politics. Today also there is growing intolerance in politics. Role of ignorance, rise of demagogues across the world. And you can say certain Plato's ideas are important, like what? The importance of education, the importance of what you can say people's acquiring reason, that is important. Ethics in politics should not be separated, that is very much important in today, it is very much needed in today's politics. But however, some Plato's ideas is not suitable to our times. Why? Because today we live in a liberal world, today we live in a democratic world where individual rights and individual freedoms have become very important. Kant speaks about individual dignity. You can say collectivism is not the core aspect of today's world. So Plato's ideas such as communism of wives and property cannot be accepted or implemented in present political or social world. Or second one, we have already learned the lessons through history that no matter how knowledgeable an individual is, extreme power in individual's hand will debase him of the reason in that regard, and obviously he will act by passion. Hence, certain Plato's ideas can be inculcated in today's politics, but Plato's solution was wrong in his times, and Plato's solution cannot be blindly present in today's time also. See, social science is a paper, there is nothing right or wrong, it's more about arguments what you bring. It's not science. In science 2 plus 2 has to be 4. Science is like that, 2 plus 2 has to be 4, it is more objective. So political science is something like this. If you show this bottle, now he might say the bottle is half empty, he might say the bottle is half full, that fellow might say bottle is completely full, half by water, half by air, or he might say this is not a bottle at all. So in political science there is nothing like you have to write this way only, you can write any way you want, but more importantly you have to back up your stand by arguments, valid, rational, reasonable arguments. So even if they ask a question like this, they have not asked till now, let us say they ask this year, don't get scared or you don't think they have not solved this question, purely logically look at the keywords in the question, try to interlink. What is the question? Do you think we need a Plato to solve the problems of contemporary politics? So obviously the keyword is that what are the problems of contemporary, first you have to tell that. Then you can same problems was there in times of Plato also, that has persisted even now also. To solve many of these problems, yes, some of his ideas are important, like what? The need of reason, the need of values in politics, that we can accept, it is required today. But his arguments to cleanse politics, what he brought, communism of wives and property, it impinges on individual liberty. In contemporary times, feminists might not agree with his argument. Why? Because on one hand he did bring women into politics, but what people like Susan Moller-Okin, in her, she's written a book, I think Women in Western Political Thought is the name of the book what she has written. Yes, Women in Western Political Thought. What is the argument she brings? Lights of Plato, they made use of women as the means to achieve their end of an ideal state. You are going to mind, you can write it any way you want, but all depends upon how effectively you have connected and written. And see, these are the questions some people are not comfortable with. But these are the questions what you have to like to answer in exam, because you will stand out. Why you will stand out? Obviously if they ask a question, comment on philosopher king, all 10 people in the class know how to write the answer. Obviously what else is there? Now they would have read book, ready-made content is there. Obviously they will go and produce the best content. But if a question comes like this, they might have content, but it also requires you to what? Structure your answer in a systematic way. So that's why I told, if they are going to go make the difficulty of the exam difficult, plain and simple, they might ask, do you think a Plato is needed in today's times? It's a free end question, you can write. But more importantly, bring your arguments logically. So, keyword, what is the keyword? Problems of today's world. Now you can have 100 problems, sir, environment problem is there. Don't go into those things, speak at macroscopic level. Yeah, there is problem of terrorism. Yeah, there is problem of terrorism. But you cannot go into those areas, try to go into those areas where you connect to Plato. Okay, or if you can add a thing is that, but in modern times we have gone to a level where newer problems have been also created which cannot be solved only through Plato's ideas. But overall Plato's philosophy is what he believes, that politics and ethics should go hand in hand. Prescription of values in politics will always lead to what? A good governance. The idea of good has to be known to the people. Okay, the one more problem in today's world is that the world is moving towards materialism. But Plato spoke about what? Power, money, etc. or material things, they are not permanent in that regard. So the greed and lust for power has made corruption make foray into politics. So that you can say Plato's philosophy will be helpful here, but Plato's prescription cannot be accepted in today's time. Got it? How to approach the question. So that's why I told, rather than by adding lot of content, build an approach of writing. Okay, once you build an approach, and that you try to implement when you write answers, that should be reflected there. Because some people, what they'll think they know the approach, but let us think a new question will come, their mind won't run. So the more number of themes you have solved, the more number of things you will know. So here, while writing answer, you read 2-3 quotes. Foster, Aristotle is one of the greatest Platonists. Professor Dunning, in every page what Aristotle wrote, there is imprint of Plato. Karl Popper, Plato is an enemy of open society. Susan Moller-Okin, Women in Western Political Thought. She says that Plato used women as the means to achieve his larger end, that is an ideal state. So getting in mind, so be prepared with introductions and conclusions, so that will save you a lot of time in the exam, and that will give you the added advantage of what? Structuring your answer better way. But if you don't have these things preconceived in your head, when you sit in the examination, obviously you will take a lot of time to think what to write. Now let's look into the one more themed question which is there. Plato's communism is supplementary machine to give effect and reinforce the spirit that education is to create. Okay, see, Rowan has doubt that what is the duration of the course. See, the duration of the course is till the end of July. Means the tentative date we have kept is July 27th, but it might extend 3 days based on the pace, because you cannot tell the pace of the class will go the same way. For some parts it might require to, but any day July end is the target. Then how to remember all these scholars who said what? It's not required to remember all these scholars who said what. You have to just know certain commentaries on relation between Aristotle and Plato, certain commentaries on Plato's Philosopher King. Like Rousseau says that Plato's Republic is one of the greatest treatises ever written on education. Okay, so that you can use it in questions where you can say Plato as an educationalist, etc. And how to join the course? It is there on Insight's website. In that regard, you can go there. Can we make notes exclusively based on PYQs rather than notes? Yes, that's the point. Don't make notes only based on the notes you have. Make notes based on PYQs. Making notes based on PYQs will give you a structured. Just making notes will have random information in one place. So making notes based on PYQs will give you an added advantage because you have introduction ready, conclusion ready. But more importantly, you have to be smart to know where to use which introduction and conclusion. Okay. Now Plato's communism is supplementary machine to give effect, to reinforce the spirit which education is to create, nettleship. Okay, 20 marks is the question, let us think. Now you tell me what is the introduction will you write here. What is the introduction that you can write? According to you, what will be the ideal introduction here? Okay, very good. You can say Rousseau said or remarked that Plato's Republic is one of the greatest treatises ever written on education. Then what will you write? education, Rousseau. Okay, so what will you now write after this? So obviously if you read the question is, if you simplify the question is saying that Plato's communism is supplementary. Supplementary means what? It comes after, or it will supplement. It's a supplementary machine to give and reinforce the spirit that education is to create. So here first you should not speak about communism, first you have to speak about is education. So here what you can see, it's a 20 marker question, so you can write a small backdrop. So you can say that Plato's main concern in his book Republic, which also has a tag called as concerning justice, was to create an ideal state. That you can write. The reason why he wanted to create an ideal state was the city state of Athens was facing certain problems. They had lost the Peloponnesian War, there was increase in corruption, nepotism was at its peak, and he wanted to rescue his city state from these clutches. Hence Plato came with certain schemes of things to address the fundamental problems of Athens, that is ignorance and corruption and nepotism. To address the problem of ignorance, he designed his education system, where he told, now you can use a quote here, according to Plato, unless the philosopher becomes kings or kings learn the art of philosophy, the cities will never rest from its evils. Yeah, no, there is no end to the predicament of people. Then you can go on to write, the main idea for him was to create that rulers should have reason, because he believed that in a democracy what is going to happen, that people who lack reason are going to also elect people who are debased of wisdom in that regard, and that is going to take the state into a wrong path. And that is why he prescribed what? Education. But here please remember, don't go explain education system and all, like it is 18 to 20 years, 3 stages are there, not required. This is not a detailed question you are asking, you are just trying to bring the student, you are just trying, if you see that thing, the spirit which the education is to create. So you have to speak out the spirit. Spirit means what? The effect. Obviously education is going to give you the rise to ruling class, guardian class. It also brings into implementation his idea of justice, because according to his idea of justice is functional specialization. So through this education system he is going to classify who belongs to which particular class. Manner of reason. This you need to write in one paragraph. Then you go on to the second paragraph and say, but Plato was also conscious of the fact that in every soul there is an element of appetite. So he didn't want to risk it, saying that even though a person is very knowledgeable, at the end of the day the family needs might compel the man to act by passion than reason. Hence the supplementary machinery what he brought, communism of wives and property, where he told those who have political power should not have a family life and should not have private ownership of property, where he told the guardian class and the ruling class should not be allowed to marry or have a family or have private property. But then the last concluding paragraph you are going to write, however, these ideas has been criticized by Popper, where he calls him as an enemy of open society, and even his own student Aristotle, who said that Plato's what you can say recommendations were too radical in that regard. And that is, as we see that we say that Plato, family and private were time tested institution. So Plato's diagnosis was correct, but his prescription same thing, far worse than the disease. So getting point. So the point I am trying to make here is that try to mold your answer according to what is the question that has been asked. Because the next question, if you see, Explain Plato's communism, compare with to Marxism, the modern day communism. This question is also on communism. The question now you wrote is also on communism, but the demand of the question is different. When you read, you are reading only on communism, what is the Plato's idea of communism, but when you write an answer, you cannot just explain what you know. You have to mold your points according to what is the demand of the question they have asked in the exam. Unless you know the skill of molding the answer according to demand of the question, you might not end up scoring well in the exam. Yeah, man, that's why I told. Material gives you knowledge. Practice gives you ability to write good answers. So knowledge alone does not translate into marks. You might be the most knowledgeable person, but end of the day you can say some other person has scored better than you, even in spite you knowing many things. Why? Because you have not focused on certain skills of writing, say approach to answer writing. So that's what I told. Plato's communism here only, there also it was Plato's communism, but the approaches of both answers were different. Why? Because the demand of the question is very different. And that's what I told, when you write answers, the first good skill you need to have is interpret the question correctly. You need to understand the question correctly. And when you have the ability to understand the question correctly, when you identify what are the keywords given in the question. So that is why whenever you are solving a question, right, try to underline what are the keywords in the question. So that will make you to connect the point. So keywords in the question was that one keyword was Plato's communism, the other keyword was supplementary machinery, the other was spirit, the other was education. So if you connect the dot, they are asking you, he gave education system, but he supplemented education system with communism of wives and property. They are asking you why. So you are bringing an argument saying that this was his need. And then you are going to conclude by what? Even though these ideas were given, these ideas have been criticized. Got it? Now if you look into the next question, what is there? Explain Plato's communism, compare it with modern day communism. Now tell me, how will you start this answer with? Modern day communism? No, but how will you start your answer? So first define generally what does communism mean. So what is communism? You can say communism is a philosophy that believes in the collectivity and common ownership of property, etc. Then you can say that though modern day communism is seen in Marx's and Engels' co-authored book Communist Manifesto, but the idea of communism has existed much before that. There you introduce Plato. We can see the idea of communism in Plato's Republic. Now come to answering this question. The first part of the question. What is Plato's communism? So explain. Plato believed that he has to rescue Athens from its problems of ignorance and corruption, and he believed that private ownership of property was one of the root causes of corruption. Hence he prescribed communism of wives and property. What is communism of wives? Briefly explain. One, he told the guardian class and the ruling class are denied from owning private property. They have to have a community way of living. The state will look after their needs. And second one, he also brought the idea of communism of wives, where he told on the aspect of improving the genetics in that regard, or what do you call the keyword? Eugenics. He introduced communism of wives, where he told the best male and the best females will be state controlled mating. That's it, nothing more than that you need to explain. Now come to the second part of the question. They are asking you to compare it with modern day communism. So as you already told, modern day communism is reflected in the writings of Karl Marx. But however, though there are some similarity between the two, what is some similarity? Both believe in community ownership, both believe that private ownership is a source of what you can say corruption or injustice. But however, that is at surface level. If we dig deeper, there is fundamental differences between the two. Simple. One, to start with, Plato is an idealist. His communism is based on idealism. Karl Marx is based on materialism. His communism, what is Plato's communism, is limited even to family, whereas Marx communism was only linked to private ownership of property. It never entered into personal choices of people. Third, Plato's communism is not for the whole society, it is only applicable to the two classes, whereas Marx communism was completely aimed towards what? To the whole sections. And the end of Plato's communism was to create an ideal state, but the end of Marxist communism was to create a stateless and a classless society. Hence, Barker calls Plato's communism as half communism. Barker calls Plato's communism as half communism. Plato's communism as half communism. So again, when you get compare and contrast these kind of questions in that regard, you have to look for what we can call certain side headings where you can make a comparison. Okay, here what is the comparison we made? One comparison we made between based on the foundations of their communism. One was idealism, the other was materialism. The second comparison we made, whom it is applicable to. Here it was applicable to two classes, there it was applicable to the whole society. Third foundations what we made of their communism in that regard, here it was only applicable to property, it never entered into families. But with Plato, he applied it to both property as well as family, because he got communism of wives also. Then lastly, the end product of their communism. Communism was their path, but for what? For this fellow it was to create an ideal state. For Plato, for Marx it was more of what? A stateless and a classless society. That is what.
Means of communism, both were discussing was Plato was not supporting of revolutions but
You can say that the means to bring communism, here it was more or based on not revolutionary changes, but one thing what some would argue that both were radical in their approach, okay, but it did not involve in any kind of thing, because his communism was maintaining status quo, that functional specialization what is there. This fellow's idea of justice is largely bringing a drastic change in the social structure. That's why that you will have to explain more. So here go for those things you can show at the outset, okay, and then you conclude based on what Barker's opinion, saying Plato's communism is what? Half communism. So if you look at the themes they have asked on communism, largely these are the questions they have come, direct questions they have asked, or they have asked compare with thing, or you can say make a comparison Plato's communism and the modern day communism. So again you can say here you don't need any new content as per se, again you need structuring of your answer should be pretty good. Any doubt in this part? Plato's communism and Marx's communism. Okay. Now this is one more theme. Let's leave fifth question, let's go to sixth question. Make a comparative assessment of the Greek perspective of justice with the Rawlsian perspective of justice. Now see, this is where the challenge will lie. When you read Plato, don't just read as per se Plato, try to connect with every aspect of your syllabus. So if you look at the whole part A, the part A is structured in this way. The soul of part A is Western political thought, that you will have to know. Then you will have to know the idea of ideologies. The reason is that if you know these two things pretty well, you are solid in these two parts, the rest is nothing but reflection of this. Theories of state, rights, equality, power, authority, legitimacy, justice, democracy. The approaches is a bit different. Rest, if you see, you read any chapter, take equality. You have Greek idea of equality, Plato and Aristotle will come. Take state, you have organic theory of state, Aristotle and Plato. Take democracy, they have a conservative view of democracy. Then take power in that regard. They speak about power in terms of what? Knowledge is the antidote to control power. And you speak in terms of justice, they present a conservative view of justice. You are getting my point? So you need to have a broader outlook. When you have read Aristotle and Plato, why do they say that the whole Western political thought is nothing but footnotes of Plato and Aristotle? Because there is every element, every idea has been reflected in the Greek. So that's what I told you. When you make a preparation, why here basically in our classes how we'll go with Western political thought, we'll go with ideologies, then we'll connect to others. Why? Because if you know these things will be much easier to understand. Rights, that's what you are going to read. Now, then you are going to write Machiavelli, what did he speak about rights, what his view on democracy. If you take Machiavelli's natural inclination is towards republicanism. But he is compelled to say that to go for monarchy. Why? Because he says republicanism is only suitable in those societies where people are virtuous. But Machiavelli has a very negative view about human nature. He says man by nature is selfish, fickle-minded, avaricious. And that is why he says that when a ruler has to know what is the characteristics of the people whom he is ruling. Because when they are this, you don't expect loyalty from them, you don't expect love from them. And that is why he says that prefer to rule with an iron hand rather than to be a more benevolent despot. He says that rule with an iron hand, it is better to be feared than loved. Getting what? So as I said, try to interlink these ideas, then what will happen, that conceptual clarity is there. When they give an open-ended question also, you are able to bring these people into your answer. But suppose you have not read it organically, you have just read it like in silos. Okay, Plato's ideas is there, forget about that when you read democracy. Where you will struggle now, when you will struggle in these kind of open-ended questions. When they say, democracy is not a Western idea, they might give, democracy is not a Western idea, comment. This is in which book? No book. Bring your ideas into it. So there, maybe let us think in somewhere down the line, you have read one small part. Amartya Sen, when he counters Liu Kuan Yew, he brings an argument saying that democracy is not a Western idea, it has been inculcated in Indian philosophy also. During Vedic period, you had Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata. During Buddhist period, you have Arj Brahm, who says that Buddhist Sanghas are one of the longest surviving democracies in the world. Or if you take the Chola period, there were elements of democratic decentralization. Or when you take Akbar, when he had built Ibadat Khana, he brought deliberation among different communities. So, democracy as a form of government might have Western origin, but democracy as an idea has been seen in the Hindu philosophy, it has been seen in Buddhist philosophy, it has been also seen in Chinese Confucianism. So for this, where is the answer? If you look, I look into notes, there is no notebook answer for it, it is more of your understanding of the topic. So that's why I told you should not be a student who is saying that only it is given prepared, already I know the structure I am going to write. Obviously if they twist the question in the exam, obviously that is the time when you are not able to articulate. Why you are articulate? You have already by hearted the structure itself. You need to structure your answer based on what is the question they have asked. Okay. See, for example, I will tell you where many things I learned. So in 2015 I told, when I wrote my first mains in that regard, so I scored only 173 in political science in spite of reading everything. So one of my friend, he is currently in Indian Administrative Service. I think I have told in class also, his name is Darshan. So he scored 281 in PSR with 3 months study, because he changed his option from Kannada literature to PSR. That was the first times he wrote mains, because he had failed in prelims 3 times, but he straight away got 47th rank. There is no what you can say detailed study and all, he just stuck to what was the practical thing he can do in those 3 to 4 months. But he ended up being, the best part is that he ended up being that year's PSR paper 1 topper. He scored 154 in 2015. Tina Nabi was actually the overall topper, but she scored lesser in paper only. I think she got 136 or something. This fellow scored 154. Plain and simple thing why he scored so well was that his approach was very good. Okay, and that time when I was writing the answer, my approach never used to work that way. I always used to think from a book. If they ask some question like this, I used to see where in Shubhra Ranjan notes it is given. It is not given only na. This part is not covered only na. That was my thinking. Where in note is not given only, where they have given this democracy is a Western idea. So question is not about where it is given in the book. You have to bring your knowledge, what you have read, to say. So you can start with a thesis saying that, it is claimed by Luke on you that what democracy does not have origin in the West. Eastern societies are incompatible with democratic values. But Amartya Sen brings a counter argument saying that these arguments have been brought by those people who are trying to justify the despotic rule in Asia or trying to support the totalitarian regimes, and he gives evidence to say that how democratic values have been inculcated in the Indian minds. That's the overall theme that you need to bring in your answer. So there were many questions in 2015 that way. There is one more question. The dilemmas of human rights movement in India. That was one of the questions that asked. Dilemmas of human rights movement in India, part B, 10 marker. Obviously at that point of time I knew human rights, natural rights, these theories, etc. What human rights movement, this PUDL, PUC, public union for, I just wrote what I knew. Obviously they won't give you marks. Why they will give you marks? Just because you wrote Upendra Bakshi, human rights is an industry in India, etc. Question is what? Dilemmas in human rights movement in India. So dilemma means what? There are certain confusions. Confusions between what? So one, India is a prismatic society. F.W. Ricks. So it's a society where you have both tradition and modernity coexisting. So obviously in such a society, cultural values play a key role. For example, when there was a movement opposing this practice of Made Snana in Karnataka, means there was a tribal community which practiced this thing, rolling over the eaten banana leaves of Brahmins. It's a practice which happens still in Karnataka today. Now the point is that the human rights groups here were in a dilemma, because the same community which did that practice, they told it is our cultural practice, who are you to question it? Second one is women issues in India. For example, abortion. That's the dilemma. Whether the fetus has a right or one is the woman who has rights over her body. Or death penalty. Should death penalty be abolished or should death penalty be continue? Or when we look at human rights movement in India, they largely focus on the violation done by the state. But what about Naxals killing the police? Will that quantify as a human right violation? And these were the points written by him in the answer. And the points I wrote in the answer was that Upendra Bakshi has told this fellow has told that what is human rights. Obviously they won't give marks. Why? Because you have not written to the demand of the question. So many times what will happen, too much reading also compels you to not think outside the box. You tend to write only what you have written in a book, what you have written in a book, just reproduce the same viewpoint there. You can produce, you can say, one of the dilemma is also that in India, like Upendra Bakshi, what he says that human rights should be a source of protecting individual rights, but he says today it has emerged as an industry. That is a paradox. Means human rights groups themselves are taking money from extracting money, and that they have developed into an industry. Got a point? So that's why I told, when you study these ideas, democracy, rights, equality, justice, it's not that you just stick to those theories. You can also connect the Western scholars whom you have read, like Aristotle and Plato. So that is one question I told. What they have asked now. Now you cannot come and tell. Now if you see the pattern of questions they are asking, you cannot make choices now. You cannot tell I leave off justice. Why? Because anyway I am not prepared. But now in this question, it was a compulsory question asked, compare and contrast. In this question you will have to know, you have to know the Rawlsian idea of justice. And just not knowing what is Rawlsian idea of justice, you need to have a comparison between Plato's idea of justice and Rawlsian idea. Greek idea means largely Plato and Aristotle. Now, what will you start your answer with? The question is that, compare and contrast Plato's idea of justice or Greek idea of justice with the Rawlsian idea of justice. Justice is a
Architectonic principle.
very good. You can say justice is an architectonic principle in the field of politics. That's a good point to start with. Anybody else with any introduction? Or you can write, from the times of Plato to the times of Rawls, justice has been the central focus of politics. Anything you go, it's not that you also always have to write a scholar, etc. Then what will you write? Okay, you told justice is the architectonic principle of politics. Then think what else, what you can write. Now how do you structure your answer? Compare and contrast means you can write similarities, at the same time you can bring differences between Greek ideas and Rawlsian idea of justice. So one, you can go and tell the differences. The Greek idea of justice was more at substantiative idea of justice, where here you can say Rawlsian idea of justice is more procedural. Second one, what you can say? Difference.
Wallstein model is more of a welfare.
So one you can say the Greek idea of justice was more conservative. It was more conservative. It was duty oriented rather than being rights oriented. Whereas Rawlsian idea of justice was what? It was rights oriented rather than duty oriented. Then what is the third point you can bring? So if you take the Greek idea of justice, right, because whenever we speak the idea of justice, we will always have to also speak out the idea of equality. So in a Greek idea of equality, it was treating equals equally, unequals unequally, but in terms of what? Uplifting the meritocratic society. Whereas the Rawlsian idea of justice admitted that what? There is need to bring affirmative action, which you don't find in the Greeks. So Greeks do not speak about affirmative action. They believe that inequality is natural. The Greeks believe that what? Inequality is natural. Whereas Rawls believes that what? There should be affirmative action. And then the Greek idea of justice, what was there? That was specific to the city state of Athens, etc. It didn't have any kind of universality principle. Whereas Rawls claimed that his idea of justice was universally applicable. It was his claim, whether it is there or not, it's secondary, but he claimed it had a universal applicability. Then what? What else you can derive as a difference? So what was the end product of the Greek idea of justice? So basically the end product of the Greek idea of justice is to create an ideal state. But what is the end product of Rawlsian idea of justice? It was fairness. Justice is fairness. But you can say that both, what you can say, the Marxian scholars, they feel that both ideas of justice were not radical. Both ideas of justice mainly focused on status quo, and they did not bring any kind of revolutionary change from the perspective of the weaker section. That is one thing you can write as a conclusion. But what is the other thing you can write if you don't want to go with this conclusion, or what else you can go with? The other conclusion what you can write is that justice is a reflection of the values of the society. Hence we can say from the ancient Greeks to the modern times, justice is a reflection of the values of the conscience of the society, values of the conscience of the society, and we have seen these values have seen a shift from the ancient times to the modern days. These values have seen a shift from the ancient times to the modern days. So what's the point? So you can use any conclusion you feel, but again, see the idea what you said, your conclusion should be also always broad, prescriptive, or something what you are making a mega statement. So here my conclusion is what? They are asking me to compare and contrast Greek idea of justice and Rawls. So I have told in my conclusion, you can say end of the day justice is nothing but what are the moral values which the society believes is right or wrong. So that has seen a drastic change from the Greek time to the present times, because during the Greek time they didn't have the idea of social justice, but in present time we speak out the idea of, because that time justice was spoken only from individual level, not from a social perspective, but today justice is largely spoken from a social justice point of view. Got it? See, that's why I told many questions are easy, but again if you know how to approach them, okay, and that's why I told now to make a comparison here you have to sit and think, or repeated readings or repeated solving of PYQs will help you to bring that comparison. Now let us imagine they gave one more question, this question will not come, they suddenly gave a question, compare the Greek idea of justice with the ancient Hindu idea of justice. What will you write now? They write compare and contrast the ancient Greek idea of justice with Hindu idea of justice or ancient Indian political idea of justice. I am telling you why, because see now if this question comes in the exam, now obviously if you have not made any kind of in-depth analysis in exam, the point is that you have to write in 7 minutes. So now what you will do, because that exam pressure makes you just randomly write things, that whatever is coming to your mind. You will end up writing, okay, what is Indian political thought, what is Greek political thought, then you are trying to say Plato is there, Aristotle here you have Manu, Kautilya, etc. You are writing more information, you are not writing analysis. So one thing you can say to start your answer with, the ancient Greek political philosophy and the Hindu political philosophy has a very close connection at the level of ideas and the influence. That is one thing. I say Pythagoras, who is one of the great influence on Plato, had visited India during his times, and we do see that there is a very close connection between both ideas. How? One, both the Greek and the Hindu political philosophy believes that inequality was natural. There you can give example like Aristotle believed from hour of birth, some are marked to rule, some are marked to serve. The Hindu political philosophy like Manu believed that your varna, what is you are born into, it determines your what you can say social rights, what you enjoy, etc. Second, what is the second difference? Both believed in the idea of justice, of proportionate equality, treating equals equally, unequals unequally. There they justified slavery, here they justified caste system or varna system. Then both ideas of justice were duty oriented. So in Plato he spoke about functional specialization, in Hindu philosophy he speak about dharma, and each varna have to keep up their dharma. Then both ideas have the same end, that an individual should what you can say obey the state, because here also you can say Kautilya in his Arthashastra says that even if the king is an infant, he has to be respected. Even both Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, they believe that state is the highest form of all association, and any idea of justice in that regard, it should be compatible with you respecting the state. Then Very good. So I can say in both ideas you can say justice is not seen, it's from a community point of view rather than an individual point of view. Then anything else you can write. Any other difference between Hindu political philosophy or the Greek political ideas in terms of justice?
So there was an option of like slaves under the master to performing better was being treated well.
Social mobility.
Mobility was there, and
Here it was no social mobility. So you can write their idea of justice, it was based on what? Class. So the element of class is what? Always social mobility is allowed. But in Hindu political philosophy it is based on caste, and caste there is no idea of social mobility. But however, both these philosophies or ideas are incompatible with the modern day idea of social justice. So that's what I told. There are always three types of questions in PYQs. One, common themed questions. Some questions you have to develop on newer lines. Means it is, they have not asked till now, but they might ask. Okay, so for example, you can see in 2 years back in test series we had asked a question, compare Rawlsian idea of justice with Gandhi's idea of justice. But that year they didn't ask that, but they asked compare Rawls' idea of justice with Ambedkar's idea of justice. So now what will happen is that at least if you have written now this Greek and Rawlsian or Greek and Hindu, now tomorrow they ask Buddhist idea of justice and Plato's, at least now you know a way to think. You know the path to think because you have that experience of tackling that kind of question. But let us say you don't have the experience of tackling that kind of question. What will happen in exam? Obviously you are going to end up writing just filling 150 pages. And many times what you might feel is that okay, I've written relevant information, but as I told now, they won't give marks for information what you write, they give more marks for the analysis what you bring in. You can do two things. You can just write one paragraph the Greek political thought, write one more paragraph Hindu political thought, and you tell the evaluator, no, you only take whatever comparison you want. You tell, I've written in my point, I've written what is Greek political thought, I've written what is Hindu political thought, what is the comparison, you only do and give me marks. They are not going to give you marks. Question was not explain Greek political thought or Hindu political thought. Question is compare and contrast the idea of justice that has been reflected in Hindu political thought as well as the Greek political thought. And that's why I told part is actually easy to score. Okay, but the only thing that you have to build that right approach to score. But if you are not getting that right approach, then you can say sometimes you will struggle. Okay. So these were the what you can say the main question or themes that has been asked in Plato. Okay, these are the approaches what you can use to write answers. So if you have any question which you have struggled to write here, you can ask. We'll try to solve it in class. Any Plato question you feel it is difficult to approach or difficult to study. And if you see the content what we have used till now to solve is largely his theory of justice, his theory of state, his views on law, his view on what you can say, what is it? There is one more theme they asked, that is Plato as the first feminist. Question is there? Any question? Plato's feminism. Okay, so one question is that what? Plato as the first feminist. Comment. Let us think they asked for 10 marks, 150 words. What will you write? Or what is the structure? Tell me first before you go into the content. See, if you see there are similar themed questions, okay, as an example. Plato as the first feminist, John Locke as the father of liberalism, Machiavelli as the forerunner of behavioralism. What is, they are all different, but I am telling what is a common theme in them. Obviously, one common theme is that they are trying to link that the three things I told. They are the persons who initially first came out with that idea. That is one thing. Second thing, to tell, they are the first to come out with the idea. First, you have to tell what is that idea. So, if you want to compare or you have to comment, it's your opinion. End of the day, you are going to bring the opinion. So, first of all, you have to introduce what is feminism. Feminism is an ideology or a philosophy that believes in gender equality between men and women. Keep it simple. So, when you look into traces of the gender equality, the first person who will come to people's mind is Plato. Question is why? Now you have to explain very briefly. Plato's Republic did not only speak about philosopher king, he also spoke about philosopher queen. Second one, his communism of wives and property in that regard, or communism of wives in that regard, it relieved women of domestic duties, and it told now women can focus on public sphere. So he had broken that private woman, public man debate long back. Third, you can also say that he was also the fact that women are also equivalent in what you can say terms of getting education, because he did not deny women education. So these are the arguments that why some consider first. Now with antithesis. Already you have read Susan Molar Okin in her book The Women in Western Political Thought says that for Plato he used women as the means for his end. Why? If you just write the statement, that is not enough. Write briefly, because denying women their rightful motherhood, right, reducing them to the status of laboratory animals was no way acceptable as being a feminist. Second argument, there is a person called as Euripides. There is a person called as Euripides. He has written a book called as Medea. He has written a book called as what? Medea. This fellow belongs to generations before Plato, and he was one of the first person even before Plato who had spoken about what? Gender equality. So some challenge the notion. He might have spoken about feminism, but he is not the first. Okay, so this was whom? A Greek philosopher called as Euripides in his book Medea. And third argument what you can bring is that this Plato has written one more small work. Okay, the popular work he has written is Statement, Laws and Republic. There is one more smaller work he has written, Timiosis, no spelling, let me check this. Timiosis. In this work what Plato says that those men who are wicked will be reborn as women. Okay, what does he says in this book? Those men who are wicked, they will be reborn as women. This completely contradicts his idea that women are equal to men in that regard. And the other strong argument in his book Republic, none of the characters what he brings in his dialectics are women. It is all men. So these are what some say that he can't be called as the feminist. Or Susan Molar Okin, she is that he is a reluctant feminist. He is a reluctant feminist. But now in your answer what you can say is that conclusion is my opinion. So I am going to say that in spite of these limitations, but one cannot deny that Plato was far ahead of his times when it comes to his view on women. Or you can say compared to Aristotle, Aristotle had denied women equal rights in politics, but Plato was much far ahead where it allowed women to take part in politics. You are getting a point. See, answer is how you innovate. There is no one way of writing the answer, you have to write this way only. But all you need to is bring very strong arguments in your answers in that regard. and then of course your answer will stand out. Okay, and that's why I read the key element is innovation. You need to innovate the same content what you have read to tailor it to the demand of the question. There is no what you can say, there is no notes in the world which are tailor made for an exam. Every exam you will have to tailor make your content what you have according to what is the question they have asked in the exam. So many people don't do it. What they will do, it straight away they will go and present whatever they know, and in what they will expect is that I have to be given higher marks. Obviously you are not going to get higher marks. So, and it's not also that drastically you have to tailor, don't go too innovative also. That is also the other extreme, is that make it so plain and simple. Stick to standard things what you have read, but just try to alter them according to the question what has been done. So when the question is Plato as the first feminist, I told what is the demand of the question here? He is the first feminist, so I have to tell in my answer to the evaluator what is feminism. Okay, second one, why there is an argument this fellow is the first feminist. 2-3 points. Then counter argument saying that what are certain contradiction in his writings. I don't know, there are 3 contradictions in his writings. There is no female character in his book Republic. Second one, some say that Euripides was much before him had spoken about gender equality. He is not the first in that regard. Means question is not about feminist. Question is that he is not the first. Or you have Susan Molar Okin who feels that he has used women to what? To his ideal ends, and he has made them the means to achieve his ends. And that is why she can call him what? Reluctant feminist. Conclusion is saying that even though in these contradictions are there is no denying fact that he was much ahead of his times at that point of time. Got the point? So these are the major questions on Plato and their different themes. These are the different themes. Let them change the theme. Okay. Now Karl Popper has said Plato's enemy. They might ask a question, Plato as the first fascist comment. Your answer more or so remains the same. You get a point? So if they ask comparing Rawlsian idea of justice, they might just ask, do you think Plato's idea of justice, is it compatible with the modern day idea of social justice? It is nothing but you bringing a comparison between Rawls, because Rawls' justice is a reflection of the present day idea of justice. Understood? So that's why I said you need to have those keywords, a good introduction and conclusions, certain selective commentators who are there. Read them again and again, because why I am telling is that now you have it, but let us think they give a new question, there you to bring it on paper you will struggle. Why? Because you have not revised it. So that's why I told you have to have very short notes to make multiple revisions. If you make multiple revisions, it will stick into your head. Okay, and not only making revisions, try to also interlink. Okay, so next time let us think you are reading something about equality, try to make link, what was this Plato's ideas of equality, what was this Aristotle's ideas of equality. Got it? Any doubt regarding Plato? So today is the first class, that's why we are going a bit slow. From tomorrow we will slightly pick up the pace, because you can't go slowly, but only today for the first class, best to make you more comfortable with the approach, that how to develop the approach. Any doubt here? So I think you can take a 10 minutes or 15 minutes break. We will start with now Aristotle and Machiavelli. Now Aristotle will be not so comprehensive as Plato, because we have read about Aristotle as we have criticized Plato, but let us look what question they have asked on Aristotle. So which ideas of Aristotle we will have to know for the exam, and we will also then go into Machiavelli, that what was the ideas presented by him. And Machiavelli is a very small thinker, because you have only 2 or 3 themes: religion, politics, secularism, and realistic politics, and his view on what what you can say, that why we consider him a transitional thinker, not completely a modern thinker, but in many cases he has a thing. That is one thing. The other thing you will also have to know is that they might ask grand questions. Grand questions in that regard, it is not about single focus, it is very broad. You can write anything you want. Like one question they have asked, trace the evolution of Western political thought from ancient to modern times. This was asked in 2021 or something. It's a very broad question. You can write anyway. You can, but it's more important how you will capture the evolution. Evolution means you cannot just directly write names. You have to tell how it has transformed. So from Greek to medieval period, how it transformed. From medieval period to to modern period. So here you have to bring scholars. So when you say medieval period, you have to write about Filmer, you have to write about Marsilog of Padua, and you can then bring Machiavelli because he comes during the transition period. Then Hobbes, modern thinker. Then in modern period you have behavioralism, post-behavioralism, etc. Okay, so you need to capture the evolution from ancient times to modern, and don't be in a worry that I have to write everything. Just write the evolution, how the ideas have changed. Conclusion, obviously you can write, there is a guy, I think Barker, who says that the whole Western political thought has its roots from the thinking of the Greek philosophy or the thinking of the Greek scholars. So that we'll do later. So after the break, we'll take up Aristotle. Okay, now we'll look into the second scholar, that is Aristotle. So let's look into few themes of what they've asked in Aristotle. So in UPSC 2021, they've asked, explain Aristotelian view of politics to what extent do you think it has contributed to the development of modern day constitutional democracies. So 20 marks. So that is one question they asked in 2021, and in 2017 they asked everywhere inequality is the root cause of revolution. Aristotle. And they ask you to comment for 15 marks. Then you have third theme question they asked in 2015. So if you look from 2013 onwards, there is more emphasis given on Aristotle rather than Plato. If you look at scholars, Hobbes is one scholar which has regularly featured. J.S. Mill is another scholar regularly featured. Third scholar regularly featured is Aristotle. Number of Plato questions have bit declined, but number of these questions, like Mill, Locke also 1 or 2 they have asked, but largely they have asked Aristotle, Hobbes and J.S. Mill. Third question, comment on Aristotle's conception of equality. Ten marks, 2015. Fourth question, in 2014 they have asked, central to Aristotle's political thought, is his classification of different types of constitution in politics. Different types of constitution in politics. 15 marks, 2014. Then after that only you find questions in 1998 and 2000. These questions are largely one they have asked. State is a creation of nature. Man by nature is a political animal. State is a creation of nature, man by nature is a political animal. Comment. Sixth question, polity is the best practical form of government. 15 marks, 1998. So if you look at these questions, now obviously when we read Aristotle, what are the important themes you will have to know, or what are the important ideas? So one we have already read, comparison between Aristotle and Plato, that has been already covered as part of Plato. But when you take Aristotle individually in that regard, you can say you need to understand his idea of justice. So his idea of justice compared to Plato's is more based on philosophy. Plato's is more based on moral grounds in that regard, but this fellow is based on legal idea of justice, because he gives retributive, distributive and retributive or commutative idea of justice. Then you have his views on law. Plain and simple, he is a firm believer in rule of law, because he says law is what? Law represents collective wisdom. It is any day better than wisdom of one man. Okay. So that is why you have here Professor Maxe, who says that Aristotle is master of them that know. Means he was one of the person who knew about everything in that regard. So even he knew about what is the importance of law, etc. Then you also have to know about his views on state. Okay, two fundamental ideas. One is organic theory of state. Okay, so premise of his theories of state is that what? There are certain codes. If you know those codes, you will know the explanation. State is the highest of all associations. One who lives outside the state is either God or beast. Okay, and you can say what is the meaning of those sentences? He believed that state is natural. State originates naturally. State is not created by man. Okay, and he believes that state, why God has created state or why state evolves, because state will take an individual into the right direction, and that is why he says what? State comes for the sake of life, it continues for the sake of good life. So state is going to define what is good for you, what is bad for you, and that is why he makes that statement. One who lives outside the state is either God is perfect, so God does not require state, because God represents the ultimate good. Beast does not have reason, it does not know what is good or bad, so obviously you cannot guide beast into a path, but man has a reason, so the state can take man towards perfection in that regard. And other thing you can also say, the quote, state is the highest of all association. So highest of all association means there are other associations, family, village or society, but he says that family plays it will only satisfy your biological needs, village satisfy your social needs, but according to him, which is the highest action a man can perform? It is political action. And that is why you can say the influence of Aristotle on Hannah Arendt in that regard, it is reflected. So he calls for civic republicanism. So that can only happen if you have a state, and that is why he said state is the highest of all the associations. So why we connect this also to organic theory of state? So as I told now, if you go back to the graph what I drew that time, here, whenever you read Western political thought, you also have to simultaneously connect to these areas. So when you read theories of state, there is a thing called as organic theory of state. So organic theory of state, how did state evolve? They compare state to a living entity. So Aristotle's view of state belongs to this perspective, or the Greek idea of state belongs to this perspective. This perspective is opposite to what? The social contract perspective, or the mechanistic view of state, who believe that state is a human creation. Okay. The other way of looking at state here also, the functions the state performs. So Aristotle is viewing state as ethical and a moral institution. Now what is the counter view to, because always you have to reflect counterpoints there. If you look from somebody from a viewpoint of Marx in that regard, he does not consider state as an ethical institution, he reflects state as nothing but a reflection of the bourgeois. Because according to Marx, the superstructure is nothing but a reflection of the base. And Marx definitely does not see state as any kind of ethical or moral institution. Or you have liberals who take a middle path. Okay, how do they take a middle path? Liberals believe that state is a necessary evil. It is needed. But however, they don't see that state is anything, is an instrument of perfection, etc. But you have positive liberals who believe that state is not perfect, but state can take you to the path of perfection, and T.H. Green will say state hinders the hindrances. Neoliberals definitely, they are more radical in their view of state. They say state should only be a minimal state, night watchman state, minimal functions. So the point is that when you read Aristotle or theory of state, you need to be able to interconnect with all other theories. Why? Because if there is any question, you are quickly now recalling what is the counter views which are there. So when you write any Aristotelian question on state, don't just explain his idea of state, also comment on it, analyze it. To analyze it, bring multiple perspectives which are there. So that is one thing you need to know regarding Aristotle is what? His views on state. Then obviously connecting to his idea of justice is also connected to his idea of equality. So always remember, whenever you discuss about justice, right, obviously you have to bring a discussion on equality, liberty, etc. So we say if justice is a thread, equality and liberty are the beads on this thread. Okay. So justice is a superstructure, it is standing on the pillars of equality and liberty. So when you look from this fellow's idea of justice in that regard, his idea of justice is conservative. Why? Because you have to understand looking at his idea of view on equality. So when you look at his idea of equality, he believed in the idea that what? Inequality is natural. By nature, everybody have been not created equally. So in that regard, I don't know, there is one more question we have to discuss later. The evolution of Western political thought. Where is that shift you will see in this? It is through Hobbes. Why Marx considered Hobbes as father of all, or why Hobbes is considered as the first modern thinker? Because with the modern age, we believe the idea of equality was well entrenched in the minds of the people. So he was the first person to believe that all humans are equals, because he told all humans are led by two sovereign masters, one is pleasure, the other is pain. In that respect, he told all humans are equal. But till his time, you can say there was no idea that equality was there among men, and definitely not in the Greek political thoughts. So here they believed that what? Equality was natural, inequality was natural. So that is why Aristotle made that statement. From hour of birth, some are marked to become rulers, some are marked to become slaves. That you have to link to naturally his theory of slavery, where he said slavery is good, slavery is natural, slavery is beneficial, desirable. Why? Simple. Don't try to study from a notes, just try to bring your ideas. Natural. Why? Because he believed that from hour of birth, some are meant to rule, all are not born equal. Right? Even if you take Plato's ideas, they were also same. He told all human souls do not have equal, what you can say, elements of their soul. Right? In some souls, reason is more dominant in that regard. So obviously, this fellow believed that what? Inequality was natural. So he believed that slavery is also natural. Why? Because by nature, some are meant to rule, others to be slaves. Second thing is that he told it is beneficial. Beneficial to whom? Beneficial one to the economy. It is desirable because Greek economy ran on slavery at that point of time. Second one, it is also beneficial from an individual point of view for the masters and the slave. So he gave a mutual relation where he told the masters have reason So they can use that quality for civic republicanism or public participation, but they have to be freed from their domestic duties. And who will perform their domestic duties? Slaves, because they are physically strong. Slaves lack reason, and in the company of the master, the slave will develop those virtues in that regard. And he says once he develops that virtue, he becomes a free man. And he also linked his idea of slavery to his citizenship also, where he gave a functional idea of citizenship, not the current idea of citizenship which is based on birth. He told everybody who are born in Greece are not becoming citizens. You will only become a citizen if you perform certain functions. And that is why you can say it is easier to understand Aristotle's idea of citizenship not by knowing who are citizens, by knowing who are not citizens. Women, slaves, children, old age, prisoners. He have excluded them from citizenship because his idea of citizenship is based on civic republicanism. And that is also, his idea of citizenship is also reflection of his attitude or if his ideas of equality. He did not consider everybody equal by birth. But again here, it's not only presenting Aristotle's idea, you have to make an analysis or you have to bring a commentary on what do you think about his ideas of equality. So one, definitely you can say his idea of equality is not compatible with the modern day idea of social justice. Why? So here you can bring the argument of Rousseau. Okay, it's not that directly Rousseau has commented, I am using argument of Rousseau to counter Aristotle. Because going by an Aristotelian logic, he believes that inequality is natural, but Aristotle has not taken what you can say, the perspective that all inequalities are natural. Present times you cannot tell all inequalities are natural. There are certain natural inequalities, there are certain socially created inequalities. And slavery is definitely not something which is natural, it was a social creation even to his times. Or you can say even in modern times, when you can say the slavery in southern part of America was based on the same Aristotelian logic that what the blacks are naturally physically strong and they are endowed to do physical work, and the white are reasonably strong, they have the right to own the slaves. So Rousseau says that all inequalities are not natural. Many inequalities are a social creation, created by whom? The dominant sections within the society to make it seem natural. And second thing is that you can bring an Immanuel Kant's perspective, saying that no matter how useful is anything in that regard, if it violates human dignity in that regard, it can't be accepted under the sphere of justice, the categorical imperative. You get a point, interlink, you need to interlink in your answer. If they give Aristotle idea of slavery, you just explain his slavery and you presented your answer, they are not going to give you complete or higher marks in that regard unless you commented on it, unless you have discussed it, unless you have analyzed it. For discussion analysis, you have to bring the core, what you can say, the premise on what his idea is standing on, you have to counter it. So obviously his idea of equality did not include the idea of affirmative action. Because that time there was no sense of affirmative action, because that time there was no idea of equity. Okay, even if any idea of equity was there, it was more in sense of upholding the current social order rather than trying to bring any changes in the current social order. But the modern day idea of social justice is that we need to bring change in the social order to make the social order not hierarchical but egalitarian. So that is why Aristotle's idea of equality was not compatible with the modern day idea of justice. Understood? So you need to bring the analysis. That's why I told keywords are very important: hierarchical, egalitarian world order, etc. And that's why I say when you initially make notes, for some people it's not now, I'm not telling for now. If there is any online students who are preparing for next year in that regard, that is why we say when you make notes, unless you are from a political science background in that regard or you don't have that background, it is always better to, when you make short notes, try to first make one set of short notes where you write sentences, because you have to get used to writing sentences. When you are using sentences or repeatedly reading that thing, you will get comfortable with certain keywords that naturally will come in your analysis, like egalitarian, hierarchical, social order, because these words you can use even when you write Ambedkar. Same thing, same idea. When Ambedkar criticized the caste system or Varna system, he told why? Because he told any religion, there are different views. Because if you take Marx, he told religion is the opium of masses. Ambedkar's view on religion, if you come, it's not that he told we have to remove religion from politics, but he believed that you have to judge a religion based on what values it will promote. So for him, he said that the Hinduism, or at that point of time, it was promoting the idea of an hierarchical social order, which he told it was incompatible with the idea of modern day social justice. But you can see he himself converted to Buddhism in that regard, because he believed that Buddhism promoted an egalitarian social order. The same way, what is Buddhism's contribution to political thought? Buddhism brought into Indian political thought what we call as the idea of social justice, the idea of an egalitarian social order, which was not reflected in what? Kautilya or Manu. So you can build interlinkage, you have to have a clear cut here, because Ambedkar never told religion has to be completely removed from the lives of the people. He told religion has to be placed in a context. But if you look at Marx felt religion has no utility in that regard. Religion is nothing but what? It is opium of masses. It hinders people's development of social consciousness. So that's why I told some keywords, and I try to use it quite often, because it will be easier for you to express your opinion in some answers. So here that is what we can say, Aristotelian idea of equality. Okay, we can understand Aristotle's concept of equality when we read about his views on citizenship, slavery, etc. Common thing in all of that, what? He believes that inequality is natural. He gives an hierarchical social order, and you need to counter him, saying that why this perception of equality cannot be accepted in modern day times. Okay. Then the other important aspect of him is that his classification of what? Constitution. So for this, as you know, he has classified constitution into what? Pure form, perverted form, and the classification based on what? Number of rulers. So when there is one ruler, when he is ruling in the interest of the people, that becomes what? Monarchy. When the same ruler becomes, because he says that it's a cycle, na? Because as you accumulate more power, you tend to become what? A tyrant. And this will lead next to what? Emergence of aristocracy. Over a period of time, aristocracy will turn into what? Oligarchy. Then oligarchy will be replaced by what? Democracy. And finally will go into what? Polity. So polity is a mixture of what? Aristocracy and democracy. So if you look into one of the main contribution on his work of politics in that regard, he was one of, if you look at the transformation between Plato and Aristotle in the methodology of their study, compared to Plato, Aristotle is more pragmatic in his approach. Aristotle uses more empirical study rather than, you cannot tell there is no, he has not completely removed values, but he has brought elements of empiricism, because he does not speak about his ideas on a metaphysical level. What he has observed, what he has seen, what he has experienced, that he has brought into his studies. For example, he studied 158 constitutions in the world, and he brought this analysis saying that these are the different types of constitution. And at that point of time, you also need to understand constitution, state, government, everything meant the same, because we don't see the evolution of these terms at that point of time. Because you also have to need to understand what he meant. Today it is different. Today constitution is different, government is different, state is different, nation is different. He is speaking at a different time. For him, that time constitution meant the state. So when you understand his idea of revolution also, one key observation what you have to do, you cannot compare his idea of revolution to present times. Present times revolution can be a Marxian revolution, which is more of a radical change in the social structure and political structure. But for him, what is revolution? Even a small change in the constitution, it is nothing but a revolution. So when you say constitution, state, government, everything is inclusive. Now if you look at his comparison, it's very primitive level comparison, means thing. Why? Because he is classifying the rulers based on how many rulers are there, 1, 2, 3. But today's time it is very difficult to say that we can classify he is the father of comparative politics. But today it has evolved. Today comparison has reached into what the functions performed by the state or the ideology of the particular state. But his level was different. He was only thinking based on the number of rulers, based on how they are ruling. And two simple forms he created, pure and perverted. His classification of pure and perverted, that cannot be considered as empirical, because there is no evidence to show that democracy is a perverted form of government. In today's time, if you take what Churchill said, democracy might be the worst form of government, but it is the best until you have an alternative. You are getting my point? To bring your analysis means what? First you have to explain what he has presented his classification, but then you need to bring analysis of it. In analysis you are going to make these points, that what? When you look at his classification, it is very primitive classification what he has done. Today if you see, there are various classification what we can bring with respect to government and state. Second one, he is classifying states based on number, that many people have questioned. Is it the right way to go about? You are getting my point? Okay, the ruler might be one. But as Gramsci said, power is invisible, or Steve Lukes brought the argument, you can look at power from three angles. One, from the angle who is exercising the power. Second one, the hands behind the who is exercising the power. Third one, at an ideological level, who controls the minds. So you can have one ruler, but that ruler might be controlled by a group. So his classification is a starting point in politics, where we can say he brought empirical study, he brought what you can say the modern day ideas of constitutionalism, but we cannot completely say that the same ideas are relevant even today. It's a starting point, but today we have made great strides in that regard. And you can also say the number of governments what he has given is also in today there is various types. For example, let us take today we have fascism, neo-fascism, Marxism, socialist state. That is also one way today we can classify constitution, but at that point of time these ideas had not completely evolved. Okay. So the other key ideas about his views on what? Classification of the state or classification of constitution, that is central to his idea of politics. Then if you look at the other important theme they have asked is revolution. As I said, please remember, when he speaks about revolution, it is not revolution in present times. For him revolution means what? Even a small change. Okay, that is one angle that we will discuss later when we bring analysis. But he did speak about causes of revolution. He told general causes are there, particular causes are there. So again you don't need to list out all the general causes, know some general thing like increasing in inequality, okay, political rivalry. But what is particular, he went and told in particular in monarchy what causes revolution, in democracy what causes revolution, in aristocracy what causes revolution. So that is the thing. So here what is the analysis what you can do, that though this idea is very primitive, but why we consider him as the father of political science? Because thousands of years back Aristotle has made deep study and his ideas are even relevant today. Because when he said inequality anywhere will cause revolution, and that has been reflected in human history. The French Revolution, the American Revolution, or even the recent Arab Spring, they were all manifestation of what? One or the other form of inequality, either economic inequality, social inequality or political inequality. So that is why we say that he had the foresight to say that how inequality leads to political instability, and he also has made recommendations. That is the contradiction in his idea. He does not believe equality is natural, but he believes that what? Every person wants to be equal, and that wanting to be equal leads to revolution, and that is why he recommends that what? The state should bring inclusive policies. You have to give representation to all sections. So when you look at what is happening in Syria, where Bashar al-Assad government is facing the Sunni rebellion in that regard, one of the reason is because he has not accommodated the Sunnis within his political structure. Or you can see in Arab Spring, why the standing rulers, they lost power in that regard, because of growing economic inequality and social inequality. So that is why this fellow is considered as what? The father of political science. But however, you also have to be conscious of the fact when he speaks about revolution, it's not through the lens of Marxian revolution in that regard. He is only speaking in terms of what? Smaller changes. So apart from that, what else you can, what other theme is there? Okay, more or so this one. But broader question has been asked that we have already discussed, how Plato and Aristotle's ideas are different. So one, he is a critic of Plato's idealism that we have discussed, but also you can see there is a difference in their methodology. Okay, there you can take an interesting quote which is there. You can say, yeah, Professor Maxey, you can just note it down. Professor Maxey says, where Plato let his imagination take flight. Professor Maxey says, where Plato let his imagination take flight, Aristotle is factual, boring and arid. Aristotle is factual, boring and arid. So where you can use this kind of statement is that if there is a question asking compare and contrast Plato and Aristotle's methodology, or bring a comparison between Plato's politics and Aristotelian view of politics, this is one quote where you can fit it into your answer, either in your conclusion or either somewhere in between when you are speaking about the difference in their methodology. So what Professor Maxey says, Plato let his imagination take flight because he lived in the world of ideas. This fellow was very practical. He was not living in the world of ideas. He told, you need a ruler who is worldly wisdom rather than a ruler who is living in his own la la land. So here you can say what Professor Maxey did, where Plato let his imagination take flight, Aristotle is factual, boring and arid. This is one viewpoint you can use. Or if you want to speak about Aristotle's methodology, one more view you can add is Barker, who says that empiricism is Aristotle's merit. Barker, who says empiricism is Aristotle's merit. See other quotes which are there, it is in form of question only what you read. What is the quote? One you can say, one who lives outside the state is God or beast. Or from hour of birth, some men are marked to rule, others to serve. Or you can state is the highest of all association. These are all quotes told by whom? Aristotle. Okay. Now let's look into the questions. Okay, let us take up this question. Explain the Aristotelian view of politics, and to what extent do you think it has contributed to the development of modern day constitutional democracy? So what is the key word in the question? First you have to identify. So question has two parts. First part is what? It's a straightforward question they are asking. Explain Aristotelian view of politics. What do you mean by that? According to Aristotle, what does he mean? So where do you know about Aristotle's view of politics? Or how do you know about Aristotle's view of politics? Through his work. What is written in politics? So obviously introduction, you have to say who is Aristotle. You can say Aristotle, who is one of the greatest Platonists, who is also considered to be the father of political science, in his work Politics has given what? His view on what is his view of politics. So what was his view on politics? See, this is where the challenge lies. Now you have to be able to summarize and tell what was his view of politics. One, he believed that what people have to participate in public sphere. So the key word is what? Civic republicanism. Second is what? What is the second view? Only those who have reason they should be allowed. So only masters are allowed to be part of public sphere. Slaves, women, etc. are denied. Third, his view of politics was more based on practical form of government rather than the ideal form of government which was reflected by Plato, and that is why we can say his view of politics was based on rule of law. Fourth is what? So which was this best practical form of government? According to him, it was polity is the best practical form of government because he is a thinker of golden mean who believed that the rule of middle class is the best. Why? Because they know how to rule, they also know how to be ruled. So overall you can say Aristotle gave a more practical form of government. You are done and dusted. Just as you have to tell what is Aristotle's view of politics. So according to him, what is politics? And then second part of the question, to what extent? So this is the key word. Why they are telling to what extent? They are not telling completely Aristotle has presented the present day constitutional democracy. They are asking to what extent do you think that he has contributed to development of the modern day constitutional democracy. So now what is the key word here? Modern day constitutional democracy. So tell me what are the features of modern day constitutional democracy? Example, India is a constitutional democracy, it's in a modern day. Rule of law, equality, based on justice in that regard. Participatory democracy, people participate in 3 or 4 features is enough. Now, if you, this is the features of modern day constitutional democracy, now you bring your analysis saying that to what extent this fellow has contributed. So obviously Aristotle's view that rule of law should be central, you can say that has been the central focus of the development of the modern day ideas of democracy. Second one, democracy is modern day will only work if people participate in public affairs. So he has given the concept of active citizenship where citizens should actively perform, debate, discuss. So modern day parliaments will only work effectively if the people will deliberate in that regard. So you can say in there also his ideas is there. Third, you can say he was also a strong believer in collective wisdom. So modern day democracies also work on what? It is not rule of one person or ubermark or superhuman. It works on the collectivity of the people. But does not mean that Aristotle's ideas are completely in sync with constitutional democracy, because some of his ideas are incompatible with the modern day ideas. Which are those ideas? Modern day constitutional democracy believes in one man, one vote, one value, but Aristotle never believed in this value because he never believed that all are equal. Second thing is that modern day constitutional democracies have to a great extent sidelined the aristocratic elements, but in Aristotelian scheme of things he married aristocracy with a democracy because he believed that will be more suitable. That is also in J.S. Mill also you can see that reflection, because he also same thing, he brought aristocracy into democracy. And third one is that in modern day idea of democracy, citizenship is based on birth. So you can see citizens are also children, women are also children, women have equal role in modern day democracy, but this was denied by Aristotelian scheme of things. But conclusion, but there is no denying fact that Aristotle is one of the pioneers when we look at the evolution of the idea of a constitutional democracy. That you need to write down. So here you don't go for any dialogues etc, just go for pure analysis and bringing the key points in your answers. So that's what I'm doing. So this was a new themed question that asked in 2021. But again here you could have written a very good answer. Suppose you just analyze the question in a calm way. First question, Aristotle meaning of politics. Second question, they are asking a natural link to it. Since you have already told what was his idea on politics, they are asking you to say that, okay, do you think what extent his ideas have contributed to? So obviously you have to write what is a modern day constitutional democracy, then examine it, saying that, okay, one half saying that how his ideas have been part of it, second half saying that how his ideas contradict the present day idea of a constitutional democracy. Your answer is done and dusted. So you will get a decent marks. Okay, but if you only write here his classification of constitution etc, that they won't give you marks. You are going to find why many students don't score marks is that, see, this you are able to do in a different atmosphere. That also have to take into account. No exam pressure. There is a guide. Third one, it's already a question which has come. Already we have taken time to think about it. But what is the challenge always? If there is a new themed question, you have to be able to replicate it within the given time limit. You know what I mean? And that is why I said time is a very crucial factor in mains. So if I give the same question and if I give you 1 day, think and write. Yeah, you will think and write, you might bring the best points, you might also collect here and there and make up an answer saying that this is the best model answer. Don't be a Plato, be an Aristotle. If you are lost in Plato's idealism, saying this model answer, best answer, you are lost like Plato. Yeah, it might be the best answer, but it is not the practical answer in an exam environment. That's why now what you read about Plato and Aristotle is not only as theories, it is also part of your day-to-day philosophy you can employ. You might be a Plato, you might look at 10 different toppers answers, collect all the viewpoints, make your own time, take half an hour, write a best answer, saying this is my best answer. But always Plato's fail in exam. Where exam does not happen in your world of ideas, it happens within a given time. Same thing, now prelims also you take the same way. Those are, I think most of you are clearing prelims, you know a practical idea, even if you don't know many things in detail in prelims, still you are able to make the cutoff. Why? Because you are more practical than the idealists. Idealists will go for what? I'll read everything in prelims, I want to become the perfectionist. Perfectionist will be on only a knowledge part. You won't be a perfectionist on the exam part, because exam is a skill. You might know everything, but we say now what you know should click in the exam. It should work on the exam day. So why some people like you will clear prelims every time? Because you know the trick now. Okay, this is exactly what is required in prelims, there is nothing much. I have to just mold the things what I have read. Same way it means also. It's not that you have to know everything. You have to know what practically clicks in means, how you have to practically write an answer. So obviously here when they give a question like that, mold your content what you have according to the demand of the question. But as I said, this we are doing in a controlled atmosphere with your own time, taking your more time to think and write, and that's why I told that should be at preparation level itself. Why? Because if you have done that at preparation level, like now what you are revising, that can be implemented in exam because you already pre-thought about it. Suppose you have not pre-thought about it, what will happen? Within that time pressure, it is impossible for you to sit and think in so deeply and write. So that time what will happen? You will write at surface level whatever, you can just recollect. Understood? That's why I told there was one of my senior when I was preparing, he got into Indian administrative service. So his advice for us always was that mains is not about reading. He told mains is always thinking and writing. You always emphasize on that. Mains is not about reading. Don't just become a this rote learning parrot, just gulfing material after material, material after material. He told you won't pass. And that was very true what he had told, because mains is more about thinking. You have to think, you have to bring your reflections, and that is why you can say some people, even though they read little, they'll perform exceptionally well in mains. See, to boost your marks, some content will be also required. It's not that only analysis you write will get. Certain times you need content, especially like in GS paper, GS3 and all, you need certain data etc. to back your points. But end of the day, it will be also not just the data what you have by hearted, you also have to bring the correct analysis of the question they have asked. Right? For example, let us say a political science student can also do well in ethics, not just because he has read political science, because there is a thinking level. So if they ask something, let us say, whatever is legal need not be ethical, comment. You have to comment, you can write ethics, you can write everything. So here you cannot just go to lexicon book and know by heart and say, you already read lexicon book, you know what is law, you know what is ethics. Now they are asking a question, do you think whatever is legal is ethical? So obviously when you want to define, you are going to define what is a law, then you are going to define what is ethics. But you are going to say, whatever is legal cannot be ethical. Now when you have read political science, you have read into these ideas of rights and all. So something to be held legal and ethical, that the idea of legal should come from the moral consciousness of the community, and the moral consciousness of the community should be based on the principle of equality and liberty. So Gandhi, during national movement, he broke the salt law, because he told it is your moral duty to break a law that is not promoting the idea of natural justice. IPC section 377 was legal till the Supreme Court squashed it in the Nash Foundation case. It was legal, but it was considered to be not ethical. Or if you want to give an even more diverse example, let us take in the game of cricket in 1990s, the rule of the game said that you can bowl underarm, and the Australians won the finals by bowling the underarm when the last ball New Zealand needed 6 runs to win. So many said legally it is correct, but they killed the spirit of the game. So whatever is legal need not be ethical. The law should be based on the principle of justice, principle of moral values. Only such a law can gain legitimacy. So that's why I said, if you have read political science, that knowledge will be useful to answering these kind of questions. Here you don't need to bring thinkers and all, but bring their arguments. But suppose let us know the same GS answer, you now start writing, in general what is law, what is ethics, etc. You won't get marks. Why they won't give marks? You need to go and explain that, okay, why what is legal is not ethical. Always that's not the case. So law is made by the people. Law is made by the parliament. So parliament is a reflection of people's thing. So for example, if you take before 1829, sati was not banned. It was legal. You can practice sati. Sati was banned after 1829. Why they brought a law? Because now the conscience of the society also started to change. They rejected certain values which before they had not accepted as correct. So we cannot tell always law will be ethical unless the particular law, means to be more precise to speak from a political science perspective, there are two perspectives of law and justice. One is justice according to the law. Justice according to law, Alf Rawls. The other perspective is that law according to justice, Ernst Barker. Alf Rawls is telling that what is justice? Do what the law says. Barker is saying that can't be taken as justice, because whatever the law says means the law can tell something else also, it might endanger your life. He says that law should be according to what is justice. So if you take, that is nothing but in Menaka Gandhi case, the Supreme Court brought the American jurisprudence of due process of the law. Due process of law, nothing but what Ernst Barker is saying, that the law should be according to the principle of justice. Here which justice? The principle of natural justice. So that's why I said what you read here can be connected to many things else. Like what you have read about law and justice, you can use it in ethics. What you have read about Aristotle, you can bring it in ethics. This Aristotle has written a work called as Nicomachean Ethics. So he says, only a good man can be a good citizen. Means the virtues what you have as an individual, as a man, that also makes you what? A good citizen. A bad man can never become a good citizen. So if you look into this question, all you had to do was that, plain and simple, to the point. What is Aristotle's view on politics? If you want, you can link and say how his idea of politics differed from Plato. Okay. So he was more practical, and you can give 3 or core features of his politics. Then go into the second half of the question. So when you are transforming your answer into second half, first tell what is a modern day constitutional democracy. Then you bring 2 short paragraphs, one paragraph saying that where his ideas are found in modern day constitutions, but at the same time where you can say certain of its ideas are incompatible with the modern day idea of democracy. Then conclude your answer by saying that, however, one cannot deny that an Aristotelian imprint is found in many constitutions of today's world. Simple, na? Rule of law is found in India, rule of law is found in America, rule of law is found in Britain. So that is what you need to write about. So rest will continue tomorrow. So today I have gone very slow because it was the first class, but from tomorrow we will pick up the pace with Machiavelli and all. Why? Because now once you have got an understanding that how we are going on, now we can pick up the pace. But we will complete Aristotle tomorrow. We will take up Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke. And tomorrow we will try to at least complete the Western scholars to a certain extent, because Marx will be big, Marx and Mill to a certain extent. Hannah Arendt is a very small scholar because her ideas is only 2 or major things, but again she will be useful for interlinking in many places. Okay, when you are writing about fascism as an ideology, you can link her, or when you are speaking about participatory democracy, you can link her, or when you are speaking about the power, she is given a completely new perspective of power in that regard, or when you are speaking about modernization, you can link her. Okay, you should have that imprint in your mind where you can link Hannah Arendt or where you can link Aristotle. Okay, that's what I told. End of the day, forget about how much big material you have read. Simple, your notes should be according to PYQs. So as a notes, what you have to just have key things that what you can effectively connect. But the talent will be always what? That will be individual. That is based on your ability to link correctly on the exam day, and that can be only improved if you practice more and more. Okay. So that's why I told, what you practice here, that you should be reflected in your test series paper. When you write a sectional test, that you try to bring it on paper. Okay, fine. I brought what I have discussed in the class. So if you are not able to bring it on paper, means you are not successfully yet mastered it. Because you have to prepare mentally also. On that given day, there will be pressure. You have to write 19 questions in 3 hours, and obviously there is a time limit. So that's why I told, even when you are practicing PYQs, practice with a timer. Be ruthless on yourself. Don't take 1 minute extra. If you want to take 1 minute less, I will tell you what will happen. Initially you will struggle, but by the time you write more and more, you become more comfortable. The points will quickly come to your mind. Okay, but if you are a person who has just read the notes, and now going to approach the exam, that's what I told. Your answer writing skill does not improve only by writing more answers. You have to also develop approaches. Okay, how to approach this question. Got it? So that will continue with tomorrow's class. So timings will be same.